Good evening, and thank you for joining us for tonight's council meeting. The executive session has been extended for an additional 10 minutes. We appreciate your patience. Thank you. Good evening. The City Council will continue in executive session for an additional 15 minutes until approximately 6:15. We appreciate your patience. Thank you.
Mayor Wong, we are live. It looks like we're still waiting on a couple council members. So I just wanted to let you know we're live now. We can wait a few minutes if you'd like.
Yeah, let's just wait another minute.
I need to resend the invite to Deputy Mayor Wendy Weicker. You'll give me just one moment, please.
Well, while we're waiting, Mr. Mayor, it looks like Councilmember Rosenbaum has a future council member joining us this evening. If I recall correctly, little baby is not even a month old yet?
Yeah, 4 weeks today. Election day baby.
What's the name of your son again?
Nathan, after my grandfather, my paternal grandfather.
Very nice.
He's Mercer Island high school class of 2039. So
Yeah.
you want to feel old, that'll be that.
Absolutely. Well, what do you think? Oh, there she is. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and start. Good evening and welcome to the December 1, 2020 City Council regular video meeting. I'm Mayor Benson Wong. Prior to tonight's virtual City Council meeting, Council held an executive session for approximately 70 minutes via Microsoft Teams to discuss with legal counsel litigation or potential litigation to which the city is or is likely to become a party when public knowledge regarding the discussion is likely to result in an adverse legal or financial consequence to the city pursuant to RCW 42.30.110, close paren, small I, close paren, and also to receive and evaluate complaints or charges brought against a public officer or employee as provided in RCW 42.30.110, close paren, F, close paren. No action was taken. Tonight's virtual City Council meeting is brought to you using video conferencing technology provided by Zoom. We are also broadcasting live on MITV, Channel 21, and on the city's YouTube channel. City Manager Jesse Bond and some other staff members will be participating in tonight's meeting while sitting at the City Council chambers and maintaining the appropriate social distance. City Attorney Beal Park and other staff members will be participating in tonight's meeting remotely. Public audience members are listening to the meeting by telephone or using the Zoom teleconferencing application. We welcome all of you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Council members, please remember to have your microphones turned on whenever City Clerk Deb Estrada conducts a roll call meeting. During the meeting, she'll be conducting these roll calls so that they capture everybody's vote. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Good evening, Mayor. Mayor Benson Wong.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Wendy Weicker. Deputy Mayor Wendy Weicker.
Here.
Councilmember Salim Neese.
Here.
Councilmember Craig Reynolds.
Here.
Councilmember Dave Rosenbaum.
Here.
Councilmember Jake Jacobson.
Here.
And Councilmember Lisa Anderl.
Here.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next, we have the Pledge of Allegiance. Council, to ensure that only the U.S. flag is visible, please consider turning off your video camera or stepping out of the view of your camera. Please join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We now move to the first item of business, which is to approve the agenda. Before entertaining a motion, I want to mention that the governor's proclamation number 20-28.12 regarding the Open Public Meetings Act extended the statutory waivers and suspensions through December 7. Is there a motion to amend the agenda in light of the discussions we have had?
Mr. Mayor, yes, there is. I move to amend the agenda to add a new item, action on King County Superior Court matter, Morgan versus City of Mercer Island.
Great, thank you. Council, may I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
Wait, did we,
Second.
I'm sorry, who was the maker of the motion?
hold on.
Mr. Mayor,
We-
if I could just interrupt for a moment.
Yes.
A second on the original motion by Councilmember Jacobson
Yes.
before proceeding.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay. Thank you. So we have a motion to amend the agenda to add a new item, action on King County Superior Court matter, Morgan versus City of Mercer Island. Is there a second to that motion?
I made the second.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Neese. City Clerk, will you please call the roll on this motion to amend?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Anderall,
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson,
Aye.
Councilmember Neese,
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker,
Aye.
and Mayor Wong.
Aye. Next, we have, I would like to entertain a motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
I so move.
Second.
Been moved by Councilmember Jacobson and seconded by Councilmember Reynolds to adopt the agenda as amended. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Jacobson,
Aye.
Councilmember Neese,
Aye.
Councilmember Anderall,
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker,
Aye.
and Mayor Wong.
Aye. Thank you. Motion passes. The agenda is approved as amended. This new agenda item will be discussed at the end of our meeting. It'll be the last item of our regular business. For this meeting, we continue to utilize Zoom platform. If a city council member has a question, again, please raise your hand, and I'll do my best to recognize your hand in the order that they were raised. Council, please limit yourself to one question and to one clarifying question, if necessary, to allow each council member an opportunity to ask his or her question before a council member is given an opportunity to ask a second question. Next on the agenda, we have the city manager's report. We welcome City Manager Jesse Vaughn.
Thank you very much. Give me just one moment here. All right, good evening again, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Jessie Bond, and I'm your city manager. We have quite an update tonight. I'm happy to be starting though with this pleasant visual of the lights that have been installed down 78th, and I'll be talking more about that later this evening. Up first, and certainly on all of our minds, is the COVID-19 pandemic. So a couple of updates for you. First of all, at every city council meeting, I just provide a update on the case count on the city of Mercer Island. This information is taken from the Public Health Seattle and King County website. I will mention that since I last checked in with you on November 16th, the Mercer Island case count is up from 236 to 289. That's one of the bigger jumps that I've seen since I've been reporting every couple of weeks on our cases. Although I have not, really had an opportunity personally to look at the data, I am hearing that we're seeing an increase in youth cases. But let's take that for a grain of salt because I haven't explored in depth the data. So important, Mercer Island, to stay vigilant, keep each other safe, wear your mask. If you need any support regarding COVID-19, you have questions about testing, resources that might be available, I'll remind you that we have a Let's Talk page that we are updating daily with information. A lot of information coming into the city, and certainly you're all receiving it as well. We're doing our best to keep it organized. But always feel free to call us at our call center number. It's shown there, 206-275-7626. And we'd be happy to assist and help get you connected to resources. Yesterday, the governor announced the launch of the Washington Notify app. It's a new smartphone app that will alert you if you've been exposed to COVID-19. I wanted to talk briefly tonight about how it works. When you enable this on your smartphone, when you are in proximity to somebody else that has the app enabled, your phones are exchanging random anonymous codes via a Bluetooth signal. If someone tests positive and you have the app enabled, there's a process that they go through to register their positive test on the phone, on their phone, and then via the app, you would receive notification if you were within, I think it's 6 feet for 15 or more minutes of that person. So it's an app that is allowing for really advanced contact tracing. I know I've been reading a little bit about this in the last couple of days. I know there's a lot of concern about confidentiality. So what I wanted to mention is the app does not collect or share data about your activity with anyone. In fact, one of the reasons the rollout was just a little bit delayed is because the state went through a process using an independent privacy oversight committee, which included security and liberties experts and community leaders to make sure that privacy thresholds were met. This is optional. So you don't have to do this. It's just a tool in our toolbox if you'd like to enable it. I have an iPhone. It took me about 2 clicks yesterday pretty quickly to enable it. So I've got it going now. It has multiple languages built in. I haven't explored that feature. The website is there if you'd like more information. And we'll also, I'm sure there's going to be updates on this app. We'll make sure we're posting it on our Let's Talk page as well. Okay, moving on to city business. Just a reminder, City Council, we've been meeting virtually since April and will continue doing so. The Open Public Meetings Act statutory waivers, which allow us to meet virtually, are extended through December 7th. I anticipate some sort of resolution coming to this that will allow us to continue meeting virtually into 2021. I'm not sure what that will look like. For the public, for council members, we do plan to continue meeting virtually. We're assuming right now possibly for the duration of 2021, subject to change, of course, if circumstances with the pandemic change. So council, this is our last meeting of 2020. We'll be back on January 5th. You do have a couple of boards and commissions meeting in December, the Parks and Recreation Commission on Thursday, and then the Arts Council and the Design Commission on December 9th. And then everyone will be taking the latter half of December off. So happy holidays and my thanks to the board and commission members that have also been working hard this year. City service updates, I've got a range of updates for you. First up, you are aware that we had a landslide on Saturday in the 5600 block of East Mercer Way. The road, and I'm sorry, there's a typo there, the road will remain closed for now, but what we'll be bringing in is portable traffic signals, and we anticipate having them later this week that will allow us to convert the southbound lane to one-way traffic. So we hope to have that in place by this weekend. I know this closure is impacting a number of people, but obviously you can see by that image that it's not safe to travel on the outside lane. Puget Sound Energy and Patelco crews are continuing to work on a permanent repair to the pole that was damaged. You can see it for those of you watching this right here in this picture. Our maintenance crews are monitoring the site continuously. We've had geochecks out. We have been in touch with the impacted property owner that's adjacent to the site. And council, I know the question is what caused this? We're not sure yet. We're continuing to investigate, and we'll certainly let you know when we have more information. So my thanks to the crew for a fast response and to the citizens that notified us of the slide. Also, in some not so great news, many of you are aware we had a pretty significant house fire last week on November 24th. It took a number of days to actually fully extinguish it, but we did have it out by Friday. The construction of the house was a little tricky, which made it impossible for us to access the house. And as can often happen in the event of a fire, the structure became unstable due to the fire, so we couldn't physically enter. That meant we were fighting the fire from the outside, and this is a picture here of the house. We had a problem with flare-ups happening, which again, in a circumstance like this is not unusual. So we had to maintain a fire watch to make sure everything was safe. Given the significance of this fire and the challenges with fighting it, if you will, in the peak of our response, we did have 50 firefighters on scene. And you might think, oh my gosh, that's pretty extraordinary. But our goal here is to contain the fire to the structure that's impacted and make sure it doesn't spread. So we want to extend our thanks to Bellevue, Kirkland, Redmond, and Eastside Fire and Rescue for assisting us with this response. As I've already mentioned, we had to have a fire watch in place because the house kept reigniting. And by Friday, after we had 12 hours of no smoke or no fire, we were able to stop the fire watch. I do want to let you know, I probably should have said this at the very beginning. When this happened, thankfully, the residence was unoccupied and there were no injuries. We have been in touch with the homeowners and we are providing assistance to the extent we can. So again, my thanks to our fire department and the crews from the surrounding jurisdictions that assisted us with this fire. And also thank you to the person that called us in. It was finally, the fire had actually been smoldering for a bit. It vented itself and it was the smoke that finally alerted somebody that there was an issue, considering that the residents weren't home. Okay, I promise you we're getting towards the end of my bad news updates, and we'll talk about some other good things happening in the city. I did want to let you know, City Council, and certainly to the citizens out there watching, if you have any information on this, a city-owned sculpture at the former farmer's property was vandalized last week. And it appears that the vandals were trying to steal the sculpture. The base, which you can see right here, is just completely destroyed. And there are actually cuts, saw cuts, in the sculpture itself. So this piece of art is insured. We'll be working with the Art Council in the coming months on a restoration plan. I believe this is almost entirely bronze. I wanted to give a thank you to Ryan Companies. They are the ones that discovered the vandalism, called it in, and then even before our crews were able to get there, they removed the sculpture and held it in their loading dock to prevent further damage. So thanks to them, and we'll work on getting this repaired. All right, on a completely different topic, our friends at Recology have asked us to share a reminder with everybody about recycling, and we'll probably do some promo about this considering it's the shopping season. Certainly the pandemic has impacted how we're shopping. We're getting a lot more online deliveries, which means we have a lot of cardboard. Many houses, including my own, often has more cardboard than we can hold in the recycling can. When we stack our boxes up like this, shown in the picture, it's really tough for the Recology crews to pick it up. They don't have the capacity to obviously stand there and break down all the boxes. So this is a picture of what not to do. They've asked us to do some promo and recommend that you break down your boxes and either store them in a single box or bind them with twine, preferably 3x3 pieces. It makes their job a little bit easier. Council, I wanted to let you know, this is a little premature to mention this, but we are talking about other things that we can do to assist people with their cardboard recycling. It might be even the installation of a dedicated cardboard recycling dumpster somewhere on the island. So we understand it's an issue. We're working on it, and I'll probably have some more information to share in the coming weeks. If you need help with your recycling or anything else, please don't hesitate to reach out to Recology. They can make accommodations for special pickup, and their number is at this on the bottom of the screen. A thrift shop remodel project. So at the last city council meeting at end of November, the city council suspended work on the thrift shop remodel project. You may recall that we've been working on this since the summer, and directed staff to conduct a public engagement process. So we're in the process of setting up a Let's Talk page that will include background information on the project, links to the past city council discussions, and some other items. We'll be looking for feedback from the community on alternative donation processing site locations. So you'll recall that we had proposed moving our donations processing to the former Mercer Island Recycling Center, and the council has asked us to solicit other ideas, as well as general feedback on the project. The Let's Talk page isn't up yet, and I have to say that's completely my fault. The staff did their job, and I've been fussing and tinkering with things. So I'll commit to you that we'll launch that by December 3rd, and we'll keep the public process open until January 10th. Once the page is live, I'll be working with our communications folks to get information out to the community and encourage people to provide feedback. Hey, just a reminder about thrift shop donations, and I think we'll be doing a little more promo on this. The great news is Saturdays are growing strong. Thank you to everybody that's stopping by and donating. We have more than enough to keep our store going on Sundays. And I know many of you have been saving your valuable items just for this process. However, we can only accept donations during advertised hours, or if they've been placed inside the bins that are next to the community center, and they're shown here in the picture. So we're having a problem with dumping. Just a reminder, even with the best of intentions, it's unlawful and really, really challenging, given our limited staff and volunteers, to be spending time cleaning up the dumped items. You know, one of the issues too is for our safety, our volunteers, when we accept your donations, we hold them and don't do anything with them, typically for a minimum of 48 hours, sometimes up to 72 hours. So this is a COVID protocol. Anyway, please don't dump stuff. We are looking to 2021 and evaluating how we might ratchet up our donations days and our sales days so that we can accommodate and process more items. In the meantime, we really appreciate your patience and support. And if you'd like more information about donation hours or what we can accept, a reminder that we have our website link right there. A couple updates, YFS program updates, and then in just a moment, I have a whole bunch of thank yous to the community on YFS donations. So the Mercer Island Youth and Family Services Department, along with Parent Edge, is adding 2 presentations next week, virtual presentations, December 8th at 7 p.m. This is for parents of middle and high school youth. It's featuring our YFS counselors, Harry Brown and Chris Harnish. This is an opportunity for parents to, gather tips about supporting your tween or teen during this very challenging time, and to ask the counselors questions. So we will be promoting that opportunity across our social media sites. Also on December 9th at 7 p.m., we'll be featuring clinical psychologist Dr. Ziv Bell, Melissa Benaroya, and a pediatrician. I understand the pediatrician hasn't been named yet. And this is for parents of preschool age children. So tips on how to support your child through remote schooling and isolation from peers, friends, and family. So council, as the pandemic continues, we're looking for opportunities and partnering with others to get information and support to parents and families on Mercer Island. And again, we'll be promoting this. If you'd like more information, it's on the YFS website there. Okay, I think really the rest of the meeting is about YFS. A reminder, the Youth and Family Services has traditionally hosted a winter holiday gift program that provides support for local families. This year, as you know, the need is greater than ever. Our goal is to support 50 Mercer Island families, which includes 90 children under the age of 18 this year. Our fundraising goal is $13,000. We're almost there. We're at $9,500. We need to close that gap. If you're interested in making a donation, the Youth and Family Services Foundation is accepting donations, or you can stop by City Hall. There's a secure white drop box in the parking lot. You can also write a check and drop it in there. All right, and speaking of fundraisers and donations, if you are interested in a tree and you haven't purchased one yet, just a reminder, the YFS Foundation tree lot is open in the old Tully's parking lot, former Tully's parking lot, until December 13th. Shopping hours Thursday and Friday from 3 to 7 and Saturday and Sunday from 10 to 5. I'm told that things were hopping this weekend, so thank you to the volunteers and to our wonderful community. As a reminder, you can't touch and size up the tree like you normally would, but you give us the general parameters of what you're looking for and the volunteers will get it all loaded on your car. 100% of the profits benefit our very own Mercer Island Youth and Family Services Department. And there's more information on the foundation website. All right, in my favorite part of my city manager reports, some good news for all of you. Lots of thank yous tonight. Food pantry gift card donation drive. The YFS Foundation, who does not rest, held a gift card donation drive for the food pantry at the Harvest Market November 22nd, and they raised almost $3,000. And I'm told that they raised that in less than 2 hours. So thank you to the YFS Foundation members that were out in the cold and to the community members that donated their cards. Thanksgiving holiday program provided, I'm really happy, in November we provided gift cards to 80 families to help ensure that they would have a nice holiday meal. This is all because of fantastic community donations. So this year we served 80 families. By comparison, last year it was 64 families. Another thank you, the Mercer Island Athletic Club. They just did a donation drive, and I'm just so amazed by the businesses here on Mercer Island. They have so much going on, trying to keep their own businesses going, yet they're always thinking about others. So the Athletic Club, Mercer Island Athletic Club, just did a fundraiser and they collected $900 worth of grocery gift cards, also for YFS. So thank you to them. And finally, thank you to our Mercer Island Fire Department Union, Local 1762. They typically do a food drive this time of year. They volunteer their time and they go out and collect food. Given the pandemic this year, they were out in front of QFC collecting gift cards. And the number is actually just staggering. They collected, and I believe this was just in one day, almost a little over $11,000, in gift card donations. So I want to thank firefighters Mayer, Givens, Gudu, Jorgensen, Pearson, Edwards, and Collins for volunteering their time to collect these donations. Thank you so much again to the union and to everybody that's out raising money and collecting donations for youth and family services. It's fantastic. And in another good news item, our elves, also known as our maintenance crew members, have installed lights on 78th. A few of them were out tonight, so we were fussing with that, and we'll get that fixed. And also, if you've been by the pedestrian crossing on 27th, near the drive-through Starbucks and the Boyd Building, it's all lit up in Seahawks colors. I think many of you know I'm a big Seahawks fan. I had nothing to do with that decision. But it's noted here that they've been, well, I'm not going to say they've been playing better. They've had better outcomes of their games since we put the lights up. So we think there might be a coincidence there. Hey, another good news. We were waiting, thanks to your donations, on the final shipment of lights that will be installed in Mercerdale Park. They came today. Yay. So those will be going up this week. And once that's all done, we'll have over 90,000 lights as part of the city's Illuminate MI installation. And again, this would not have been possible without the generous donations made by all of these people: the Mercer Island Community Fund, the Rotary Club of Mercer Island, Ryan Companies, Evergreen Church, the Mercer Island Firefighters, Local 1762, the Mercer Apartments, Mercer Island Radio Operators. And Council, what I want to tell you, we've collected over $21,000 in donations, and I just named off some of the sponsors that contributed larger donations. But what's been really exciting about this event is we've had a number of smaller donations come in as well, and it's really been a great community effort. I have to again give a huge shout out to the Mercer Island Community Fund. Not only did they donate to the event, but they stepped up and said, hey, we'll help you process these donations. It's really a lot easier for them to take the donations in the city. And I'm told that Betsy O'Connell is the treasurer for Community Fund, and that she has put in hours and hours on this project. So thank you so much, Betsy. I'm also hearing rumors that Santa may be making some appearances in Town Center, and we'll make sure when we get more information about that, that we'll promote it out on our social media sites. Okay, coming to a conclusion here, I want to give a huge shout out to the Mercer Island Preschool Association. They are helping to promote holiday lights on the island and have created an opportunity to not only get you out and your families out enjoying the holiday lights, but also to raise money for the Youth and Family Services Department. So they are creating a digital route map that will help you find your way around the island to a variety of light displays. I understand the map will go live on December 11th. If you've decorated your house, and I'm gonna have to get with my husband to make sure we can participate and get the lights up on our house, please send an email to the email address here, miholidaylights@gmail.com, so that your home can be added to the map. And then for those of you that want to enjoy the driving route, you can purchase the map for $10, and the proceeds go to the Youth and Family Services Departments. So what a wonderful, wonderful partnership. City Council, as soon as this is up and running, will be promoting this opportunity across our city website and city social media site. And again, thank you to all the partners working on this fantastic event. And finally, I want to give a shout out to Island Treats. They have installed Santa's mailbox. Thank you very much. If you or your child, this isn't limited to children, would like to send a letter to Santa, the mailbox is open at Island Treats at 7605 Southeast 27th Street, Monday through Saturday, 11 to 5 until December 18th. And a reminder from Santa himself, if you would like a letter mailed back, please make sure to include your return address. So thank you to Island Treats for making this possible. And when you're in the area, I will certainly encourage you to stop into Island Treats and the other businesses in our town center and even our South End Shopping Center and support our local businesses this holiday season. And a final thank you. Our thanks to members of the Mercer Island community who brightened Thanksgiving for on-duty police officers. Yes, we do have police officers that had to work. They generously provided our officers with a feast of turkey with all the trimmings from the Lake House restaurant. So what a wonderful, heartfelt gesture. Thank you very much for taking care of our officers on the holiday. And council, that is the end of my report.
Thank you, Jesse. You know, instead of waiting until the very end with council member reports, I'm going to take the liberty and just share some additional news, COVID-related news. I attended a virtual meeting of mayors and city managers with the Seattle King County Department of Health Director Patty Hayes earlier today. And just as city manager mentioned, the COVID numbers are increasing. The Department of Health expects to see the impact of Thanksgiving within the next 10 days, so keep your fingers crossed. She also mentioned or described the process regarding vaccines. And so I'm sure everybody's sort of tracking that right now. And she basically confirmed that assuming the FDA approves the Pfizer vaccine at its December 10 meeting, and also approves the Moderna vaccine at its December 17th meeting, distribution of vaccines could begin as early as December 15 or December 22nd. Again, this will be a very limited number of vaccine distributions. And of course, everybody is still waiting to hear about the priority, who gets the vaccines first. But more than likely, it will be the first responders and healthcare workers. A particular interest was the fact that in terms of distribution of the vaccine, the Seattle Fire Department applied to be a provider. And so apparently that decision is still pending. And she mentioned that other fire departments might be interested. So Jesse, I'll just raise that with you. And I don't know if the Mercer Island Fire Department has looked into this, but it sounds like other fire departments are doing that and understand that the fire chiefs meet periodically. So this might be a topic of discussion. So anyway, I just wanted to provide you with that additional information. Tonight's agenda will not include in-person public appearances in accordance with Proclamation 20-28.12 and the Governor's extended Safe Start order. However, individuals wishing to speak live during the appearance portion of our meeting may do so by telephone or by using the Zoom teleconferencing application, provided, however, they have registered their desire to speak with the City Clerk's office by 4 p.m. today. City Clerk will call your name or telephone number when it is your turn to speak. This is your opportunity to speak to the City Council on any item. All remarks will be addressed to the Council as a whole and not to any individual council members or staff members. If any person makes a personal, impertinent, or slanderous remark, or becomes boisterous, threatening, or personally abusive while addressing the Council, I may request that the person leave the meeting. When it is your turn to address the Council, be sure to speak audibly and state your name for the record. Your comments will be limited to 3 minutes. I will be providing you with a 30-second warning and perhaps a 15-second warning when your time is about to expire. Just a reminder that later this evening, we will be conducting a public hearing regarding the extension of the moratorium on small cell facilities. If your comment pertains to that issue, please consider waiting until we get to that agenda item. City Clerk, I understand that there may be 4 or 5 people who have signed up tonight. Please call the first speaker.
And Mr. Mayor, I just want to jump in ahead of the city clerk here and let you know we've had a number of requests for an on-screen timer. And so we are deploying that this evening. You should see the 3-minute timer there, and we'll see how it goes. So we welcome your feedback after this trial run this evening. Deb?
Okay. And I'll still give my 30-second warning, I guess. I mean, City Clerk?
I think that you're okay with the last 3 individuals. The first individual is calling in by phone and she won't be able to see the number.
Okay, all right.
Okay. So
Thank
we
you.
have 4 people on the docket. We have Adam Smith, Meg Lippert, Robin Russell, and Ira Appleman.
Great, thank you.
Smith, are you available, please?
Deb, your audio cut out a bit there. Can you repeat the name?
Addie Smith is first up on the docket. Are you available, Addie? Hello, Addie.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, restart my time, please, if it has been started.
Okay.
All right, my name is Addie Smith. Thank you for adding the timer. It is very much needed. I do believe my time has not been properly taken in the past. I am a hate crime survivor. I live on Mercer Island in Washington State. The attacks on my daughter and I happened on Mercer Island. I want to address the young registered voters of Mercer Island and Washington State. We've been given examples of hate crimes and racism to know that enough is enough. It's time for you to speak out against it, to no longer support it, or your parents who silently support it. These city council members support hate crimes, racist and biased policing, and a city manager who is not accountable for the police chief and his department. Mercer Island is not just for white people. Mercer Island does not belong to white people. My teenage daughter and I should not be living in fear and afraid to fight back against racist attacks. The message Mercer Island Police sent is ringing loud and clear, but I refuse to abide by their racist actions. The police lack accountability. What do you want this city to be known for? Crime isn't coming to this city, it's already here. It's being upheld and supported by the Mercer Island Police. I'm not going anywhere until my name has been cleared. I want to thank the citizens of this district for nearly 3,000 votes. I will formally run for Tana Sinn's seat in the next election cycle. Mercer Island High School students wrote about racism at Mercer Island High School on June 18, 2020. I encourage everyone to read it. The former high school principal is Vicki Puckett. She's Asian. She was told by the parents who are Mercer Island residents that she was only hired to fill the color quota. She resigned this summer. She recalled how the community's ignorance about race influenced the reaction to an incident 2 years ago when flyers stating it's okay to be white were posted around the school. Ms. Puckett went on to say that people in this community think that African Americans, quote, come from the ghetto. They come from downtown Seattle. They don't have money. They're poor, end quote. She said she was taken aback that the students of color were just, quote, blending in with the woodwork and didn't feel like they had a voice, end quote. The white citizens, including these city council members, have a problem with race. It is grotesque. Accountability and responsibility is lacking from these city council members. The prosecutor, city attorney, and Judge Wayne Stewart. The prosecutor's own colleagues refer to her as a Nazi. Why is she being allowed to prosecute cases? Why is the city continuing on with her as the prosecutor representing this city? What? I can't hear you. The public defender is atrocious. He has no incentive to perform. He is severely underpaid. Yes,
can you wrap up?
You're interrupting my time. I'm sorry.
Your time is run. Can you just wrap up in
My time has not run. You're interrupting my time by doing that. You started that at 20 seconds. So I want my time back, please. You can't, I don't do that. I'm looking at the clock. You interrupted my time. I can see the clock.
The clock is now at 0.
I want to go back. I want the opportunity to finish what I said. I timed myself. I have exactly 2 minutes and 48 seconds.
Okay, okay, go ahead and talk for another 15 seconds.
No, you owe me 20 seconds. You interrupted me at 20 seconds. I can see the clock.
You've got 20 seconds starting now, please.
Accountability and responsibility is lacking from these city council members, the prosecutor, city attorney, and Judge Wayne Stewart. The prosecutor's own colleagues refer to her as a Nazi. Why is she still being allowed to prosecute cases? Why is the city continuing on with her as the prosecutor representing this city? The public defender is atrocious. He has no incentive to perform. He is severely underpaid, yet the city provided him unearned fees for representing me. He received over $600 when he should have earned $50. Why did the city give him additional money?
Ms. Smith, please wrap up. Okay, thank you.
Please stop interrupting. People can see the timer. I think that is very discourteous. I don't like that at all. That's not very nice.
I'm sorry.
We can see the timer. You don't have to interrupt us when we're speaking to tell us about the time because it is on the, I'm looking at it on the screen.
Okay, you are now well over, okay? So thank you very much, all right? City Clerk, who's the next speaker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next person on our list is Meg Lippert. Meg is calling in by video, and it'll take just a moment. Meg, are you with us?
Meg, you're mute. Oh, there she goes.
Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sure.
Yes, Meg, we can see and hear you.
Excellent, thank you. Meg Lippert, Mercer Island. On September 22nd, I asked you to look for alternative locations for the Thrift Shop Production Center that were not on public parkland. And I suggested locating the facility on city land behind City Hall, where it would be easily accessible, have ample parking, and preserve public parkland. At one point, a city staff member said in a public city council meeting that the City Hall parking lot is full on court days. But even when COVID is over, the lot is only crowded for the court on Tuesdays. However, the donation site could be closed for donations on Tuesdays, so that would not be a factor. At your last meeting on November 24th, with regard to Agenda Bill 5778, I asked you to approve a public process to solicit ideas from community for alternative locations for thrift shop donations processing. And I very much appreciate your 7-0 approval of this process. This evening, I am following your decision up with some clarifying questions that I hope will result in a win-win solution for our entire community, citing the new Thrift Shop Production Center off public parkland. My questions are, number one, How did you notify citizens that you are seeking suggestions for alternate sites? And City Manager Bond, you addressed this question, so I'm going to move on to question 2. What are the requirements, including the parameters and measurements for the site? Citizens cannot help you to look for a site unless they have a good idea of what you are looking for. Question 3. Which city staff member is tasked with looking for an alternate site? Citizens are not as familiar with city land as staff members are, so I think a genuine search must include the active and energetic cooperation of staff. Question 4. Has the city reached out to the school district administration about locating the building on school property? Since the proceeds from the thrift shop are used to fund school counselors, it makes sense that the school district should take responsibility for offering to locate the thrift shop production building on school district land. This would have the added advantage of easy access to students as thrift shop volunteers. Question 5. If the city has reached out to the school district administration, what was the response? If it is necessary to engage the school board in negotiating for land, is the city actively engaged in such negotiations? Question 6. What council members have taken an active role in searching for alternate sites for the processing center that would preserve public parkland, and what creative options have you considered? In conclusion, I hope the council will direct the city manager to locate a site for the thrift shop production building that will preserve public parkland. And in addition, if a site off public parkland is not found by your deadline, I hope that you will extend the deadline indefinitely until a site for the thrift shop processing building is found that is not on public parkland. And finally, I would like to say happy 1-month birthday to Nathan Rosenbaum. We are working to save Mercerdale Park for you and for your children in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
If you weren't sleeping, you'd say thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to let you know, just a moment ago, we lost the computer, not literally, that was running the timer. So I'm going to have our city clerk go back to her manual timer for the remaining,
That's fine. I have a
actually,
stopwatch.
I'm getting the signal that we almost have the computer back up. So sorry about that.
I want to thank the City Council for offering the timer. I think that's a great addition to the whole process. Thank you.
Okay. City Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, the third person on our docket is Robin Russell. Ira Appleman will be next. Robin, are you available? Give me just one moment. I need to allow her to talk because I forgot that I am now host since our IT computer is down, so.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Robin.
Can you see me, more importantly?
No.
I'm turning you over to a panelist now. We should be able to see you shortly, Robin. There we are. We just need you to turn on your audio, please.
Okay. Everyone can see me and hear me?
Yes.
I can't see the timer though.
City Clerk, can they see the timer?
The
I can
timer
only-
is on the Zoom screen.
Robin, if you'd like to proceed, we'll be happy to give you a 30-second warning.
No, I got it now.
Okay,
I see it now.
Great.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, City Council members and City Manager for giving me this time to speak. My name is Robin Russell, and I'm interested in your response to the article I sent you all today that was published in the September 2020 AARP bulletin entitled New Bargains in Old Clothes and subtitled, Suddenly, Many Top Name Retailers Have Begun Selling Used Apparel. The description of the new developments in online sales concerns me because the city approved the costly expansion of the thrift store into Mercerdale Park at a time when top name retailers are entering the used apparel resale market. Walmart, Eileen Fisher, Patagonia, Urban Outfitters, REI, and in addition to dozens of secondhand apps and stores, will all be competing with the Mercer Island thrift store customers. And the article specifically states that online resale clothing market has been booming even before COVID-19 shut down bricks and mortar stores. Putting a hold on the Mercer Island thrift shop expansion project would be the wisest course of action for the council at this point. Number one, especially during a pandemic. Number two, especially with expansion of online used clothing sites. And number three, especially with the uncertain availability of the post-pandemic volunteer labor. I would strongly encourage you to place a hold on this costly expansion of the thrift store into Mercerdale Park for many other reasons. Number one, this is a public park, and building on a public park should always be off limits. Number two, there are plenty of other places that a sorting center could be built if only the city council wanted to do this. The prime example is behind the city hall. There's a lot of space there and it could easily be used. Number three, the area at the recycle center is a known and designated wetland. There are setback rules that must be adhered to, which make any building on this site impossible, as the Arts Center discovered when they proposed building there. Expanding the thrift store into Mercerdale Park is just plain wrong. It is the wrong time, and most importantly, the wrong place. Thank you. And before I hang up, it's not as cute as David's child, but this is Annie, and this is one of the reasons I'm fighting for Mercerdale Park. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next speaker is Ira Appleman. Ira, are you with us?
I hope so. Am I with you?
Yes, we are.
Okay, good, thanks. Ira Appleman, Mercer Island. At its November 2nd meeting, by voting to expand thrift shop operations into Mercerdale Park, the City Council majority taught us what we never imagined, that the thrift shop is an enemy of the park. I think before that meeting, most Islanders had a positive feeling towards the thrift shop, but that must evidently be reconsidered. I appreciate that at the next November 17th meeting, the council reversed only part of the attack on the park by pausing the project and claiming to look for another location. But the council refused to instruct staff to stop considering the park. I've seen this before. In 2013, the city council said it was going to allow an arts center in Mercerdale Park. In response to the public outcry against that plan, the council sponsored a farce of a study to look at another location, but everyone knew the study would recommend Mercerdale Park, which it did. It's quite common for Islanders to list the parks as one of the most important reasons for moving to the island. But I think much of our problem is that we don't have senior staff who share the island value of love for parks. Even though there's a huge territory in the back lot of City Hall, the operations czar couldn't identify any land for construction except parks. At the last meeting of the Parks and Recreation Commission, the Parks Director revealed that he's really only interested in recreation, not in parks. The thrift shop expansion was stampeded through without public input, with the excuse that the bad economy had created a great bidding opportunity. Staff never say that it's a good opportunity to get better staff. Senior staff are generally at-will employees. This market is a great opportunity to replace mediocre leadership with newly laid-off professionals who have a record of protecting parks. Unfortunately, it looks like the only way to prevent this attack on Mercerdale Park is to defeat the thrift shop expansion, and also to force a reduction in activity so expanding into the park will never again be an issue. It's inconceivable on the island that those who use thrift shop income wouldn't have been informed of the attack on Mercerdale Park and agreed to that attack. So, if the defense of Mercerdale Park reduces thrift shop income, it's the supporters of the attack, not the defenders, who are 100% responsible. Thank you, that's it.
Thank you, Ira. City Clerk, there is no other person who signed up?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you. The next item of business is the consent calendar. The consent calendar contains approval of accounts payable reports for the periods ending November 13, 20, and 25 of this year. Certification of payroll dated November 20, 2020. Agenda Bill 5782, authorizing the city manager to sign the updated interlocal agreement for inmate housing with the city of Issaquah. Does anybody wish to pull any item off the consent calendar? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Neese and seconded by Councilmember Andral to approve the consent calendar. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Andral,
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson,
Aye.
Councilmember Neese,
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker,
Aye.
and Mayor Wong.
Aye. Thank you. Motion passes and the consent calendar is approved. We now move to regular business. Item number 4 under regular business is Agenda Bill 5787, Interim Ordinance Design and Concealment Standards for Small Cell Facilities Deployment. The first recommendation is to conduct a public hearing on extending the interim design and concealment standards for small cell facilities deployment. If you register to provide testimony regarding the small cell facilities, the city clerk will call you by name or by telephone number, and it's your turn to speak. The public hearing is now open as of 7:12 p.m. Those wishing to provide public testimony, please speak audibly, state your name for the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes. A 30-second warning will be provided to you when it's about to expire. City Clerk, has anybody signed up for this public comment period?
Mr. Mayor, no one signed up to address the council.
Okay. In that case, the public portion of this hearing is now closed as of 7:13 p.m. We welcome now Interim Community Planning and Development Director, Jeff Thomas.
Good evening, Council. Can everyone hear and see me okay? Excellent, thank you. I don't have a lot to add over and above what was in the agenda bill. This is an interim ordinance that we need to extend for another 6 months. The current expiration date is January 12th, 2021. And by extending it an additional 6 months, we're gonna be able to finally get to that scope of work that Council considered, I believe it was about a year ago now, and there was some discussion about, and we look forward to having that work as part of our 2021 work program and getting some recommendations to the Planning Commission and on to the City Council in the first half of the year.
Are there any questions for Mr. Thomas? Nobody is raising their hands. Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Thanks. Jeff, do you think we'll have to do another extension of this?
We hope not. That's the intent at this point, but I suppose you never know. If another extension is necessary, I clearly anticipate next time we come back to you, we'll be showing you the progress that we've made and where we're at in the process and outlining a clear schedule for its completion.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Jacobson.
I'm unmuting here. Originally, as I recall, this was, we were having to comply maybe with an FCC ruling that was under appeal. Is that appeal now settled and gone, so we know what we're proceeding forward on?
Well, the Ninth Circuit issued a decision on the appeal and pretty much affirmed the FCC's order, except for a few provisions, which actually relates to what we're doing. There's less restrictions now. For instance, there was a requirement that the standards imposed, the design standards imposed should be objective, and that they should be no more burdensome than similarly, similar equipment attached to poles or buildings. And those requirements have been reversed. That was one of the few wins that we had before the Ninth Circuit, but everything else, the order was affirmed, and it's subject. An en banc hearing has been denied. So the only other option right now is before the Supreme Court, the U.S. Supreme Court, and we won't know until a few weeks, until a few months, whether cert will be granted or not. So that's
Thank
the
you.
status on the court, the proceedings.
So Bill, it has been appealed to the Supreme Court?
I don't know whether it has or not at this point, but you know, if it has, it won't be until a few months before, you know, it could be even a few months before we know whether the Supreme Court will accept the appeal.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Thomas? Dave, I'm assuming that's an old hand. Same thing with Councilmember Jacobson. If there are no other questions, or Councilmember Rosenbaum, is that, your hand is up again? Oh, okay. So certainly would like to entertain a motion to suspend City Council Rules of Procedure 6.3, requiring a second reading of an ordinance.
So moved.
I know this is a tough second.
Second.
Thank you, Jake. I was worried for a minute there.
Leave you hanging, buddy.
Yeah. Councilmember Reynolds and seconded by Councilmember Jacobson to suspend the City Council Rules of Procedure 6.3, requiring a second reading of an ordinance. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Jacobson,
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye.
Mayor Wong,
Aye.
Councilmember Anderl,
Aye.
Councilmember Neese,
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum,
Aye.
and Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Aye.
Thank you.
Great. Is there now a motion to adopt ordinance number 20-28, extending interim design and concealment standards for small cell facilities, deployment established under ordinance number 19C-02?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Councilmember Neese and seconded by Councilmember Reynolds to adopt, adopt ordinance number 20-28. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Neese,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker,
Aye.
Mayor Wong,
Aye.
Councilmember Anderl,
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson,
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum,
Aye.
and Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Great. Motion passes and ordinance 20-28 is adopted. I'll just ask this question to see whether or not the council wants to take any kind of break at this point. If not, we will, I don't see anybody saying, so I'm going to go ahead and let's proceed with item number 5 under regular business, which is Agenda Bill 5785, Comprehensive Plan and Code Amendment Docket. And for this, to lead us in this discussion right now is Interim CPD Director Jeff Thomas again, and also Deputy Community Planning and Development Director Allison Van Gogh.
Thank you, Mayor. Somehow I have a sneaky suspicion this subject will prove to be far more eventful than the one that you just finished. But we're going to, I'm going to provide some introductory comments, cover the first couple slides in the deck, and then turn it over to Allison, and then we'll both come back at the end for some closing comments and so forth. Allison, you want to move to the next slide to start here? Thank you. To start with, I think just setting the table a little bit so we're all on the same page, it's important to begin to highlight that all counties and cities that are planning under the Growth Management Act have to follow a process that's laid out in state statute for amending its comprehensive plan. And the basic tenet of that is that you can't do that more than once per year with some very limited exceptions that are outlined in state statute. And there has to be a public process associated. What you see here on the first slide is overall a summary of what we've done here this fall, essentially, and that we've got city code that spells out the process consistent with state statute on how Mercer Island goes about the process of amending its comprehensive plan and development code to consider possible amendments each year. Let's move to the next slide. Thank you. This process is known as the docket, and that's what we're doing here this evening. The process of going through the docket and then actually considering amendments to whether they're going to become part of our comprehensive plan or eventually part of our development regulations, it's a two-step process. This is step 1 of 2. And what Alice is going to walk through here in a couple minutes is the criteria for setting the docket that's outlined in code. And then the actual snippet of each proposal that has been submitted that has been considered by the Planning Commission and moved forward to the City Council for consideration here this evening. Getting on the docket, I just want to reiterate this to make sure we're on the same page. Getting on the docket is not an approval or a change that's being approved. It's simply an action to add a specific subject matter item to the city's work program for the next calendar year or the next calendar years, depending on the volume and the amount of resource that we're dealing with. So that's step 1. Step 2 then is if something is actually successful in making the docket, then we have to go through, essentially a regular legislative review process. That process consists of, generally speaking, research and analysis for the proposed change, public notice to the Department of Commerce, non-project SEPA review, Planning Commission review and public hearing, and then finally back to City Council for your own review and consideration and possible action. This process is the same, essentially, for both comprehensive plan and development code amendments. And it's not a flexible process. There is no short form process for particular amendments that are docketed that may be deemed to be, easy or simple in nature as a proposal. The process is the process, and it does take significant staff time and energy to move through and complete the process correctly and successfully. It is true that some proposals that make the docket may require a little less research or analysis, depending on the nature of what's to be considered. But the steps are the steps, and we need to adhere to those in each and every case. So what we received this year, we received a total of 16 docket proposals, including 5 from City Hall, and then 11 from citizens out in our community. The Planning Commission completed its work and has provided a recommendation to the City Council on what they would like to see on the 2021 docket. Your task here this evening is to actually consider the Planning Commission's recommendation and consider a resolution that is included in your packet materials, which was prepared to reflect that Planning Commission recommendation. We're going to, as I mentioned, Allison's going to move through and introduce each one. I believe they have a numeric assignment to them in a table that's in your packet materials, so we can refer to them by their corresponding number. After Allison completes the next set of slides here, we're going to come back and we're going to have some supplemental thoughts for you, including some supplemental recommendations that we'd like to introduce to the council for you to consider here this evening. So with that, Allison, I'll turn it over to you, and we'll move through the next number of slides.
Okay, thanks. First, I'll just put up on the screen, these are the docketing criteria that are included in the code. There's 5 items. And so the first is that this item should be appropriately addressed through the comprehensive plan or the code. So something that can be addressed by either the comp plan or the code. And second criteria relates to staff capacity and budget. So the city needs to be able to provide the resources that are necessary to review the proposal. Third, the proposal should not raise policy or land use issues that would be more appropriately addressed in an ongoing program item. So something we're already working on. Fourth, the proposal should serve the public interest by implementing specific goals of the comprehensive plan or a new approach that supports the city's vision. And fifth, the essential elements of the proposal should not have been considered by the city council in the last 3 years. Though there is a caveat here that the council can waive this criteria if circumstances have changed in a way that justifies a need for the amendment. So just keep those 5 criteria in mind as we go through this. As Jeff said, I'm just going to quickly go through the 16 proposals. If you have clarifying questions, feel free to jump in with those. And then we'll have time at the end for further discussion, and we'll help to moderate a sort of straw poll process for moving these items onto the docket. Oh, and I meant to just call out that staff resource issue. I'm going to talk about that just one more second. So in June, CPD had a significant staffing reduction related to the impacts of the pandemic. And in particular, the planning team was reduced from 5 people to 2, and we later brought back one of those staff in a temporary position. Going into 2021, we're anticipating that the budget will include those 3 positions we have now, plus a senior policy analyst position, likely starting mid-year. With this staffing level, we're still looking at a reduction of about 1.5 FTE from where we were prior to the pandemic. And so we know that we will need to significantly scale back the workload on these legislative items going forward into 2021. As Jeff mentioned, even simple amendments take some significant staff time to process because we do need to go through all the steps with the Planning Commission and the Council to review each item. Okay, on to the amendments. So number 1, the first 5 are proposed by staff, and this one is correcting an error that was brought into the city's land use plan map in the comprehensive plan. And this was a Scrivener's error that mischaracterized the South End Shopping Center, and it needs to be changed back to neighborhood business designation. So this is a really simple amendment in terms of, we know what the map amendment is that's needed, and it's necessary just to have that align with the correct designation. Okay, proposed amendment 2. This one's a placeholder. There's currently an interim ordinance with a moratorium on development in the south end of the town center. And this would be a placeholder for any comprehensive plan or code amendments that stem from the analysis that's happening now and continuing into 2021 related to retail in the town center. Because we're only able to update the comprehensive plan once a year and those items must be docketed now, we want to put this in here in case any amendments are desired by the council later in 2021. Amendment 3, this one is related to impact fees. As part of the budget, we're proposing to update the transportation and park impact fees, which requires a consultant rate study. And we're also proposing to implement a new fire impact fee, which would also require a rate study. And then these would all need code amendments to implement the new fees. Proposed amendment 4, this is an update to the sign regulations. This one was already begun in 2020, but was paused related to the pandemic and the cancellation of the Planning Commission meetings last spring. So we're recommending that this is picked back up. It is a high priority because our current code is not in compliance with recent case law over the last few years, like the Reed versus Town of Gilbert case relating to First Amendment concerns in terms of how we regulate signs. So we really need to just update the sign regulations to align with case law and pick that back up from where we left off earlier this spring. Likewise with proposed amendment number 5 for the wireless and small cell regulations. This code amendment was begun last spring and paused. The interim ordinance that the council just voted to extend for another 6 months needs resolution, and we need to adopt permanent regulations on small cells. So this item relates directly to making that happen and working with the Planning Commission to develop recommendations around permanent regulations for small cells.
Allison, could we just, a quick pause, I guess. So if council members, if you have any questions regarding the first 5 amendments, this might be a good time to do it. And I think going forward, maybe, Allison, I know that you're pausing after each amendment. So if council member has a question regarding that particular amendment, it probably would be a good time to raise your question or comment regarding those amendments. Councilmember Neese.
Yeah, thanks. So it's kind of a process question. Having just done the school impact fees, which the city has to do even though the school collects them, can you tell me why these are getting docketed, but those did not get docketed, or were they docketed and now they're clear of their docket?
That's a good question. They were not docketed previously because code amendments were not required to be docketed prior to this year. And they're not included in this docket because we're not anticipating that the school district will need to change the school impact fees next year. They've indicated that they're expecting not to be able to collect impact fees for several years.
So didn't we implement new rates this year for school impact fees just a couple meetings ago?
Correct.
It was not docketed,
anticipate that we'll need to update that in 2021.
Do we need to docket those?
No,
You're saying we don't.
Yeah, Bio, can I ask you to chime in here? There's a,
yes.
thank you.
The record, Bio Park City Attorney. You know, the type of amendments that that impact fee, for instance, the school impact fees are based on. Those type of adjustments do not. It's our position that it does not require a docketing and a process through which development regulations are amended.
So shouldn't item number 3 be limited to fire impact fees if the park and transportation impact fees already exist and there's just a rate adjustment? Aren't they subject to the same nuance as school impact fees?
I don't know if it's just a nuance. I believe that this is a more thorough change to the impact fee structure that may need an actual docketing process.
And let me put an asterisk on this. You know, Councilmember Neese, you're raising good questions. We would recommend docketing it in case the city council finds the change extends beyond just the rate change. Which it may, I'm not sure yet.
The reason I asked the question is that I imagine the conversation tonight is going to be mostly around constrained staff resources. And I want to draw the distinction that we're docketing something that might be protective in nature, but not necessarily onerous in terms of the process in which the item needs to go through. Even though staff kind of started the presentation by saying, all the children are the same and they all swim in the same pool and they're subject to the same rules. But maybe I'm hearing there is a little bit of distinction here. So maybe we could get some clarity on whether really all of these items require exactly the same rigid process, same heavy lift, or not.
I'm not sure that I heard the same thing from Jeff Thomas's presentation, that everything is equally onerous. There's incredible variability. What we wanted to convey as your staff is, you know, there's no short form process here. We do have to take items, we do have to do our staff work. We do have to take the item to the Planning Commission, and then it comes to the City Council. And sometimes depending on the topic, it goes through another round or it goes through multiple planning commission meetings. That's, an extreme. Other items can go more quickly, but we can't skip steps. I think that's what we're really trying to convey. These items do have to go through the planning commission and follow that process. And certainly, Jeff, if I misstated something there, please feel free to correct me. And I hope that was helpful, Councilmember Neese.
And so the school impact fees went through the planning commission?
They did not.
And this is my point, is that I'm just looking for clarity of whether all the processes have to be exactly rigid, very much have all of those components or not. And if the transportation impact fee, which is going to be done by a consultant, it's going to come back and give us a new rate along with all of the supporting materials, would that flow through the planning commission?
Yes, potentially if there is a code amendment that requires that. And so part of my challenge in answering your questions is I don't know what the final scope of work will be on some of these items. And I'll remind you that the city council can implement code changes outside of the docketing process. We've docketed these items for code amendments because they're known at this point. And certainly the impact fees potentially have a comprehensive plan amendment as well. Fire impact fees for sure.
Sure, that was my point, is maybe that was the only one that really subject to those caveats.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So just a quick process check-in. Allison's going to go through, and Allison, we can probably be a little more brief, an overview of these amendments. Jeff does have some concluding remarks, some staff recommendations that have changed somewhat, and then we certainly would welcome your further questions and comments.
Before before Allison continues, I know Councilmember Reynolds has a question. Presumably.
Just to clarify though, these are general process questions. Would you prefer to save those for the end? That would be fine. Or should I take them now?
Okay, if they're process questions and not specific to any of these proposed amendments, why don't we just.
Correct.
Okay, fine. Okay, go ahead, Allison.
Okay. All right, now we're starting into the amendments that were proposed by community members. The first few are from Matthew Goldbach. And this Amendment 6 relates to a section of Title 19 that, and his proposal is that this should, section 19.15.230I should be repealed to ensure that the code does not condone a future failure of the city to ensure that comprehensive plan policies are implemented by consistent development regulations. So I just wanted to note that this code section was adopted less than 3 years ago. So that does relate to criteria 5, which says that code amendments should not be brought within 3 years unless the council decides that something has changed. And if this is brought forward, it will take some resources to move through the process. Amendment 7, also from Mr. Goldbach.
I'm sorry, Allison, just a quick question. Well, okay, before I ask my question, Councilmember Jacobson, your hand is raised.
You're muted, Councilmember.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Yeah, I believe that criteria 5 also allows us to waive the 3-year situation. Also, in this instance, this was a matter, this issue was litigated in several of the Cohen things, and the synopsis of the final decision, that's in Cohen 3, was that I quote, the board concluded that the city did not have development regulations to implement its new comprehensive plan provisions as required by RCW 3670A040. And the reason for this amendment would be to be sure that we don't go through the agony we went through before by not following the law and getting ourselves whacked. And it's merely a cleanup thing that would take virtually no time to prepare the language.
Mr. Mayor, I have a process suggestion.
Yes.
I know the council's eager to get into discussion tonight, as am I. Why don't we let Allison just quickly run through the rest of these amendments? Let's let Jeff make our concluding remarks and a modified recommendation, and then let's pick up the discussion. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
Thanks, Allison.
All right. Number 7 relates to conditional use permits, and this suggestion would add a section to clearly limit the CUP to the property for which it was granted. Staff believes this suggestion is unnecessary because the city's application and approval procedures already make it clear that the CUP would only apply to the property for which it's originally granted. Okay. Number 8, this one is essentially identical to proposed amendment 1 that came from city staff. And, we think this idea definitely should move forward and be corrected. Amendment 9 from Carolyn Boatsman. This relates to the nuisance code, and she has 2 suggestions. 1, to limit commercial landscaping operations with power tools to the same hours as the construction work hours. And 2, to require the residential use of spot lighting to be directed toward the owner's own property. Carolyn Boatsman also has another suggestion, Amendment 10, which relates to the comprehensive plan. And she suggests that we adopt goals and policies related to the prioritization of the use of the public right-of-way based on the public good. Proposed Amendment 11 and the next several come from Daniel Thompson, and many of them relate to the residential development standards. This one in particular relates to the ceiling height at which 150% of gross floor area is calculated. Proposed Amendment 12, also from Mr. Thompson. This one relates to including exterior covered decks and covered porches on the first level in the calculation of gross floor area. Amendment 13, this one would eliminate the ability to build garages and carports in the first 10 feet of the front yard, or alternatively would eliminate this option for waterfront lots that have flipped their front and backyards. Number 14, also from Mr. Thompson, this would limit the gross floor area incentives for ADUs to lots of less than 8,400 square feet. Number 15, this one relates to the administrative code, and it would change the type classifications of several permit actions with the effect of adding public notification or public notice requirements to these actions. And number 16 from Mr. Thompson relates to the residential development standards, and it would reduce the threshold for requiring 2 parking spaces from 3,000 square feet to 2,000 square feet. All right, that is the conclusion of my summary, and I will turn it back over to Jeff to give us some closing remarks.
Thanks, Allison. Just briefly here, Council. So the Planning Commission recommended items 1 through 5 move forward to the 2021 docket. Those are the 5 items that staff brought forward. Those 5 items are all baked into part of the budget proposal for the department that has moved forward through your biennial budget process here over the last couple months. We did not, in recognizing the staff reductions that have occurred and recognizing the workload in front of us, just not on the long-range planning or legislative side of the house, but also with the processing of development permits and land use permits. We felt the budget proposal that moved forward for the department was balanced in nature, and we'd be able to achieve that. With these additional docket requests that have come in, we've had a chance to consider those a little bit further here over the last few weeks. And in discussion with both the city manager and the city attorney, we've got a couple of supplemental recommendations that we'd like to make for your consideration to move forward on the 2021 docket this evening. So the first one would be to take item 8, which is the Mr. Goldbach amendment. It's essentially the same proposal as item number 1, the map amendment, and combine those together. So, we could call it the city Goldbach request at that point, and have that recognize that there were two parties that brought the same thing forward and moved that onto the docket like that. So items 1 and 8 would both move forward to the docket, is what's being recommended. The second supplemental recommendation would be to take item 6, which came up earlier in conversation here with Councilmember question a few minutes ago. That's also an amendment proposal, or a docket proposal, excuse me, from Mr. Goldbach. That's the repealing of that section in the 1915 Administrative Code for that comp plan code amendment consistency. So add item number 6 to supplemental recommendation as well. And then the last item is kind of an either or. So it's going to take me a minute to explain this. The 5 amendments that directly relate to the RDS, so that would be item numbers 11, 12, 13, 14, and 16, all from Daniel Thompson. The supplemental recommendation would be to add those 5 items to the docket with a proviso that the RDS report, which is also currently baked into the department's work program and budget for 2021-2022, that RDS report would be removed from the work program if those 5 items move forward on a docket. And let me just explain that quickly. The reason for that is in the natural ordering of events, there had been this RDS report had been discussed now for some time, I believe dating back to when the code amendments were made back in 2017. And if the city was going to take a comprehensive look at what's occurred during the first 3 years of the residential development standard amendments that have been in place, it would make sense to take a look at that and do some analysis and identify recommended areas that may need some sort of adjustment. The intent in doing that report was that the findings would be presented to the City Council with any recommendations, and that then Council could provide some direction on what to undertake or what to move forward to a future docket process or not. To do that with general fund money and to undertake a number of changes to the RDS now before that work has been done doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. So if the council is interested in moving these items to the docket, we can certainly go through the required process to process these, research, analyze, and run them through the legislative review process. But it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to move forward with the RDS report at the same time. I mentioned this to the city manager earlier just today, actually, that when other cities adopt new code and they put code in place, they don't necessarily have some sort of formal report or review time that they cycle back to, to produce some sort of report with findings and other recommendations. It can be a more fluid approach where problems are found. There's been some perceived problems here that have been placed as the docket requests for the city to consider. We can do it that way. There's different ways of doing things. So I would offer that to the council that items 11 through 14 plus 16 could be moved forward to the docket, but we would, with the proviso that the RDS report would fall by the wayside. Alternatively, if you would like to see the RDS report done, staff recommendation at this point then would be to proceed with that and consider possible docketed items to amend the residential development standards at some future point in time. With that, before I conclude, Jessie's appeared on the screen, so maybe I'll hand her the microphone.
Jeff, a quick comment and a question. City Council, I know we've received a handful of emails from community members concerned about the staff recommendation to docket a very limited scope for 2021. And I want to clarify that direction is coming from me, not the planning department staff. It's is based on resource availability. My typical approach to docketing is to recommend a docket that we can accomplish within the calendar year. Certainly, though, I have worked in cities where the approach is different. You docket perhaps more than you can accomplish in 12 years, but you do so with the understanding that you need to work with your policymakers to identify priorities and that some items may carry over to next year. So with that being said, Jeff and I are certainly open to the feedback you have for us this evening and your final recommendation. If we do end up with a docket that potentially exceeds our ability to complete this work this year, and maybe either way, we'll be coming back to check in with you in January, probably at the second council meeting, just to talk about the workflow and the order of priority the work happens. With that, Jeff, I wanted you to follow up on just one thing, and then I think we'll turn it back to the mayor. Earlier today, you talked about what the RDS report or follow-up would look like, some specific components. If you shared that already and I missed it, I apologize. If you didn't, could you share that? Sure. Just so the council understands what the scope of the RDS report is?
Yeah, real quick. Staff has had a chance to discuss this here over the last number of weeks since the budget process has been ongoing, and very high level, generally speaking, what we envision is that there would be 3 primary components to the RDS report. There would certainly be the technical component, which would be having staff dive back into the expectations of what those RDS amendments were intended to do back there in 2017, and go into building permits that have been processed and issued, and some of those projects probably built since the RDS changes were enacted, and really take a look at the technicalities to see, what was achieved through those building permits. Is it consistent with the intent that was discussed? If not, perhaps looking into why not, and then really, compiling some data that way. The other 2 components would be really reaching outside of City Hall to one group, which is obviously our citizenry, to get inputs and feedback from our citizens who live in the neighborhoods with these projects, and perhaps even next to them or across from them, and to have some discussion and really listen to the perceived impacts that are occurring on the ground out in our neighborhood and our community. The third group would be a similar outreach, but it would be to our customer base. So it would be to our architects, planners, engineers that are permit applicants or contributing to permit applications, and our builders then, who have to actually then go and build these projects that are permitted by the city, to, basically the same thing, get some insight into how those regulations are working, how they're not working, perhaps why not, why aren't they working, and to really then take those, the information that we collect in those 3 prongs on the fork, per se, and try and coalesce it together to come up with some conclusions, some findings, some conclusions, and perhaps some recommendations on future changes. So with that, Mayor, I think I'll turn it back over to you. We've put up here on this slide a proposed process for some decision-making. I suspect there'll probably be some questions and comments first. So we're happy to support the conversation as it moves along here this evening.
Great, thank you. So we have about 5 hands that are raised, and so.
Let's go ahead and stop sharing the screen if you can. I'm not sure who has it, Jeff or Allison. Thanks.
Great, thanks. I have 5 hands have been raised. I'm not sure. Councilmember Neese, your hand was up. I wasn't sure if that was from prior. Okay. Councilmember Jacobson, same thing. Is that from a prior?
Well, this is a current one.
Okay, all right.
First of all, I'd like to commend our CPD director, Jeff Thomas, and our city manager for coming at this whole process a bit more flexibly. I think when we ask the public to participate, if we don't listen to the public, then I think we deter further comment. And I also, so I'm all for, I think the proposal is to put docket every one but one now, if I've understood what Jeff's last slide was all about. I may have missed something on the way through. I think there's also a catch-22 here. And that is, if you reject one of the proposed things under criteria B1 or B5, we would have considered within 3 years. So we've closed the door on it for 3 years in theory. I fully expect that time and circumstances are going to be such that what we predict today the CPD will be able to do will be somewhat different 2 months, 3 months, 12 months from now. And I don't see any problem about putting something on a docket, prioritize it, and if we don't get to it, fine. But then it's sitting there, not excluded from future consideration, and our citizens are encouraged to let us know what they'd like for us to do. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Thanks, Jeff. Can you just clarify? I think I might have misheard you a little bit. Are you saying that if I think it was 14 through 16, excluding 15, were docketed, you would recommend that we don't do an RDS report? Is that accurate?
That is accurate. We would essentially start amending things without having that, that comprehensive look. We would do it in a little bit more of a fluid fashion where we'd start getting in and, we'd take a look maybe at the left hand, which is attached to the left wrist, and we may have to swim upstream a little bit on some of these things to flesh out, what a perceived problem is, and then go from there. So we would be tackling the RDS on a subject by subject basis, and we would approach it that way as opposed to kind of keeping the door closed and doing that very holistic look and outreach and then making decisions from there. So I hope that helps answer your question, Councilmember.
Well, follow up to that, I mean, is that a best practice that sort of feels like we're investigating things? I mean, I think we should do both in the sense that we should investigate concerns in the community, but also take a holistic approach. I mean,
So these 5 items that have been put forward on to the docket request list, we would be researching those 5 items, which was kind of the swimming upstream comment that I just made here. We would research those items. We would hopefully get to the bottom as to whether they are actually problems that need to be fixed. That's why we have the full legislative review process if they make it onto the docket. Just because these get onto the docket, again, going back to one of my first comments here this evening, doesn't guarantee that it's ultimately going to be approved for a change at the end of the day, right? When it makes it all the way back to City Council a year or possibly a little more than a year from now, it may come out that the docket request isn't, necessarily as big or even a problem that is requiring fixing. So to move that through the process, there may be a recommendation to either do something less than what the docket requests bring forward or to reject it and ultimately have council not approve the change.
Councilmember Rosenbaum, I just want to be honest here. One of the things that we're concerned about is taking a handful of RDS items ahead of the RDS report. We could end up in a circular process here where then we go do the RDS report, we learn something else. So what Jeff and I have been just talking about is ensuring that we're working smart. And if the council is still interested in a comprehensive RDS report, basically what Jeff shared a moment ago and described as a process, I think certainly you will want to inform that once we get there. Then I would ask you to consider those items being part of that process. I am a little worried about getting ahead of that process. So that's just something that we're thinking about and we'd like you to consider.
And just to reiterate, I had a chance to talk with Jeff and Allison this morning. One question I asked then, and I'll ask it again for the benefit of the council, is, could you talk a little bit about what the public input would be around a larger RDS report?
Yeah, sure. I think I may have just summarized it there briefly a few minutes ago, but we would want to do public outreach to both our citizenry as well as our customers to have them share their experiences with us in addition to, you know, the behind the scenes. In
Sorry,
the
Jeff, I meant more than
I'm sorry.
I meant more the mechanics of it, just, you know, in terms of, you know, will there be forms to fill out, sort of what that would look like?
The public process, that's a good question, considering the virtual environment.
Yeah, we would, I would envision we'd be having some calls like this with, some of them would be open calls, some of them maybe with our customer base. We would try and get, you know, certain quantities of folks onto a series of calls. We've got their contact info, so we can do that. And we'd want to have those conversations with them, and we'd be taking notes and certainly receiving email inputs, and forms are a good idea to have people fill out, you know, forms, a series of basic questions that we would go through. And yeah, the idea is to collect information and get people's voices to be heard through that type of process.
Before undertaking an exercise like the RDS evaluation, we would come back to the council, and I need to come up with a better term for this, but we would have a scoping discussion so that we could get your input on what you'd like to see as an output of the process. Council, one thing I will mention to you as an alternative, because I do recognize our citizens put a lot of time into their docket items, and they were actually quite good. And in my career, I have to say that's probably the highest quality group of docket proposals I've seen from a group of citizens, so thank you to them. You certainly could docket the RDS items. And then we could still come back to you and have a scoping discussion later this year and make a decision on process later. As Jeff has mentioned a couple times, just because an item gets docketed doesn't mean that council doesn't have, you know, options and alternatives to consider down the road. So that is something you could also consider. It may not be the right time tonight to make a decision about RDS report or no report. That's one of the challenges of the docketing process that Jeff and I dislike, is we end up talking about the merits of the item rather than just getting them onto the work plan or not. So you have some options, and we're happy to be nimble and flexible to accommodate your wishes.
Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, a couple of clarifying questions. First off, I want to understand what triggers this wait 3 years requirement. If we discuss this tonight and decide not to docket it, does that count as having evaluated it so that we can't talk about it again for 3 years, or does it have to be docketed, evaluated, and rejected before the 3-year wait be triggered?
Councilmember Reynolds, that's not actually how I interpret that code requirement. Basically, I interpret it that you've implemented a new policy and you're discouraging that same policy from coming back the next year or a second year. You're giving it some breathing room. So
okay, so irrespective of what we decide tonight, or whether we or do this year, the only way that would be triggered is if we implemented something in response to this, then we would probably have to wait 3 years, all other things being equal.
yeah, that's correct. And I'll remind you that this is an annual process. Again, in previous city I worked for, if an item didn't get docketed this year, you would often bring it back and encourage a citizen to docket it the following year. Or in some cases, we docketed everything and just acknowledged that it was going to roll over to subsequent calendar years.
Okay, so there is, as I'm understanding it now, and this is new information for me, there is no downside to docketing something as long as we recognize that it may not all be done, and as long as there's clear priority on which ones to do first. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I've had a chance to talk to a couple of you over the last 2 days, and my concern is setting expectations, particularly for the citizen docket proposals. If I'm a citizen and I've submitted a docket request, I have an expectation that the city's going to take it up. You currently have 18 docket requests in front of you. I can tell you with 100% certainty we cannot process that in a calendar year. And so I would want to do something, probably in January, as I've noted, to come back to you and talk about order of events, sequencing. I've even, in conversations with some of you the last 2 days, some of you want, item X to go first on our work plan. Some of you want, item Z. So I'd like to get that sorted out so that the citizens, we're transparent. We know what order things are coming and how they might cascade into future years. So that's the downside, is just making sure that we're setting expectations and transparent about what we can get done.
So am I to understand then that the staff is recommending that, is it everything, or as Councilmember Jacobson said, everything -1 gets on the docket as long as the RDS full evaluation is deferred?
And I want to say my asterisk on that is deferred, or we come back and we talk about the RDS process further before we begin work on any of those docket items.
And was it everything or everything -1? I may have not read the slide closely enough.
So it would be based with the supplemental recommendations, it would be everything except for item 7, 9, 10, and 15.
And Jeff, since everyone's paper shuffling really quickly, can you rattle off what those items are?
Item 7 is from Mr. Goldbach. It relates to conditional use permit regulations for the applicable property. Items 9 and 10 are from Carolyn Boatsman. One is related to nuisance control code. The other is related to prioritization of uses in the public right-of-way. And item 15 is from Daniel Thompson, and it would be changing permit type classifications of land use actions.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Yeah, so it sounds like it's one or the other, but I'm wondering if it couldn't be the other way around, because my recollection of the RDS standards that we implemented 3 years ago was that it was very complicated, very interconnected. There were lots of components, everything from sports courts to ADA to ADUs to impervious surfaces to setbacks to heights on slopes. It seems to me a more comprehensive, holistic look is a better way to see where we need to fine tune the RDS. And is there a way to sort of do that and consider these 5 amendments that were proposed by the citizens? Can we docket the RDS broader perspective with special consideration for these unique requests? Is it possible to do both?
Yeah. Go ahead,
Jesse.
Okay, and that's Deputy Mayor Weicker, that's part of what we've been talking about this evening. The RDS report is part of your work plan, scheduled to commence in 2022. I'm not opposed, and as you heard Jeff comment earlier, not opposed to docketing these items. I think the caveat is, and this really applies to everything, Council, is that we need to come back before we commence a legislative review process on these RDS items to confirm with the council, is this something you'd like to us to undertake independently in a kind of a surgical fashion, or would you prefer that we defer these items to the broader RDS analysis work? And my hunch is, council, that when we undertake the broader analysis, there are going to be recommended changes that come out of that process. I do hear from builders, you know, it's kind of dangerous when they call me, but I do hear feedback now and again about some things that are working better than others.
So how do we capture these amendments if we want to do the RDS report and drill down into the bigger picture?
Well, and what you can do is what Jeff and I just suggested, is docket them, right? It keeps your options open. You know, I'll throw out a scenario that happened this year. The pandemic deferred 90% of our work plan. So if we hit, you know, hopefully not, I don't want to jinx it, knock on wood, a situation where, you know, the RDS report is sliding again because of circumstances outside of our control. And the council says, you know, I really think we should deal with that first floor, I can't remember which one it was one of Dan Thompson's, covered decks, item number 12. You know, this is something that we really need to get done. It's on your docket, and we could go ahead and do the minor surgery. So I think what you're hearing from Jeff is we are okay if you docket a broader number of items. We still have an uncertain year, as Councilmember Jacobson just noted, and we just like to maintain expectations that things could change.
All right, so my point is I don't want to lose the RDS report and comprehensive review, especially with the tree canopy that we never saw how that interacted. So if we can only do one or the other, I wouldn't want to drop that RDS review.
How is the
And I
rest
want-
of the council feeling about the RDS process? This seems to be one of the big items.
Well, let's see, Councilmember Neese and then Councilmember Androl, then I'll take a turn.
So having been through the RDS process in 2017 with Wendy, with Benson, we did kind of touch on this RDS report and what it would look like. And if you remember, there was discussion of, well, if we change GFA or we change lot coverage, what would it look like in real life? And at the time, DSG brought back to us plans, house plans, and they said, well, these plans might look like this, but we don't know. We're not an architect. We just kind of force the rule into the plan, and we say, all right, well, the garage can't be so big, or the kitchen needs to be smaller. But, you know, anybody that's built anything knows that it's a series of sacrifices to do a project to given a constraint. But what I think that Jeff said eloquently tonight is that you could trade a big, giant report, comprehensive report, for an kind of agile approach to looking at the code, particularly where there's code problems. And I think that it's important to look at both things in an agile way, and that the RDS report could be small chunks of data delivered to the council that could address things like tree canopy, or could address things like where did development go? I mean, one question that I've had is that since we implemented the new code in 17, we've had about 100 new houses. About 20 or 30 of those are net new houses. But I'd like to know on a GIS map by year, where did those houses get built? And have we in fact started to push development south on the island to where historically some of the larger lots are, because we made it less profitable or more difficult to build a house on the north end where smaller lots tended to be. First Hill was an area that we had a lot of concentration on. So I think that docketing these makes a lot of sense because it leaves the options open to address them. But looking at an RDS report is more of a series of data points rather than a big book of work that somebody goes away on and comes back. And maybe the council is enamored with it, maybe they're not, maybe it's easy to understand, maybe it's useful, maybe it's not. But I think that if we look at both things as a stream of work, one that can inform the other, that you'll probably have an easier time providing these data points than trying to give us a comprehensive look at 100 new houses and what did the code do to them and was it desirable or not. I know from my personal kind of look at one of the amendments, trying to look at first floor covered porches being part of GFA is going to change architecturally what happens to a house. So what I would want to look at is houses that have covered porches that were built under the new code. And did it provide some modulation, some interest in the structure that is desirable, aesthetically pleasing? And if we included those in the GFA, we will get less of those. It's obvious we'll get less of those. People will enclose that space. So that would be the type of data point I would look at, but I don't need that blended in with tree canopy and with impervious surface and runoff volumes of runoff into the lake. Those are the types of things I think that we should consider when we think RDS report. It may not be as valuable as it sounds.
You know, you're making a great point, many great points, Councilmember Neese. I was speaking with Jeff about this today. I don't like the term RDS report. It implies that we're going to produce a document and hand it to you, and that's not really how the process is envisioned, so we'll come up with a new name for it. One thing I do want to mention, though, administratively is over the past 3 years, and certainly I've been here in this capacity for a little over a year and a half, I have had an opportunity to talk with not only builders, but residents that are undertaking remodel projects under the new code. And one of the commitments we've made to them is, hey, this is coming back, you know, for reassessment. And we've made that commitment as staff repeatedly. So I am hesitant to just say, you know, we're going to jettison that process. That doesn't feel right to me. But what you're talking about, Councilmember Neese, is that future discussion, probably end of 2021, where we're sitting down with the council, maybe sooner. We'll have to evaluate that with all of you to talk about what does this process actually look like? How do you envision it unfolding? And then having docketed, potentially, if you take that action tonight, these RDS amendments, you can also consider if there's anything on that list that should move forward sooner.
Councilmember Anwar.
Thanks. I think the question that you had, Mayor, was where we were on the RDS, and I'm happy to defer that and separate it out as staff is recommending in the revised recommendation. But I also had a couple of questions on some of the other proposals. So is it appropriate to do that now, or are you just trying to take a straw poll on RDS?
I think we were trying to get an idea on the RDS, and if that's okay, I'll come back to you after that discussion. Okay.
Sure, I'll leave my hand up.
Okay, fair enough. You know, I would, I know Councilmember Reynolds, you have your hand up as well, but I just wanted to take a quick turn. So, you know, my recollection, I'm glad the city manager brought it up as well. My recollection is when we did in 2017 adopt these significant changes on the RDS, that we weren't sure exactly what the consequences, what the actual impact would be. And so, you know, the council was intent and made an intentional decision to do that look back or to look forward and do a review. And for me, it seems more logical to actually do this RDS report, study, whatever you want to call it, to see what the impact has actually been to what we did back in 2017, and to see if we've had any unintended consequences. And plus, I think a study, or however you want to call it, it might actually show that some of these proposed amendments that are being provided might not actually identify a real problem that needs to be addressed. So to me, that seems to be the more logical approach, to do an actual study, to look at it holistically. And then that way we can decide how to tackle these issues surgically. I know people have used that term. Let's go ahead and do something surgically. But my question would be, how do you know what you're going to do unless you have a bigger picture? So at this point, I think I'm leaning towards supporting doing an RDS study. And, you know, one question I would have for Jeff, and maybe you can elaborate on this. Sorry, Craig. But in terms of, I know it's sort of teed up for 2022. Is that the earliest that study can be done? And, you know, what is that process? I mean, I guess.
So one of the challenges that we have, right, is it's not just a resource issue to the workload. There's also then within the workload itself. In my introductory remarks, I commented that the comprehensive plan amendments, we can amend the comprehensive plan once per year. So in terms of, Jesse's talked about prioritization here a little bit this evening, anything that will be amending the comprehensive plan itself, to me would be a priority if the work is ready and can be completed within the calendar year, so that we can get back to council at the end of next year with essentially a second reading of any comprehensive plan amendments that had a successful first reading, to make that once a year type of amendment. If we have a comprehensive plan amendment, and this has happened to me before in my career, that is lagging behind a little bit for whatever reason, it gets behind and it misses that window to have that final reading to do that once a year amendment, then it gets waylaid a year essentially, even though the work is 90% done, to be able to go through that once a year annual amendment process the following year. So looking at those would definitely be a priority up front, and then we'd have to then go from there.
And Mr. Mayor, I'm gonna just follow up on that and say, depending on the outcome of the docket this evening, I do think that we should come back to you, as I've already mentioned, that second meeting in January, look at the CPD work plan over the biennium, and get council consensus on the highest priority items. We're behind, right? We had legislative work that we were not able to complete in 2020. So the staff approach right now is get the sign code done, get the small cell code updated. But if the council said, no, you know what, RDS is our top priority, then we can talk with you about changing the order and any potential risk we need to be mindful of in doing so. So tonight, what I might suggest, it's gonna be really hard for Jeff and I to answer the question of when will it get done and can it be done sooner? I think what we should focus on is this an item that you wish to be considered further in the calendar year? And if the answer is yes, whether it moves forward and work commences or whether it just comes back for a discussion, you should docket it, right? And what I'm hearing, I think for most of you, is an interest in coming back to talk about RDS and the process. And we would support that and also check in with you in January where that falls in our biennial schedule.
So, Jesse, can I just ask a question? So I hear what you're saying. But if we let's just say we come back and you're looking for the council to prioritize. And so, in the RDS, the various amendments, I guess. How do we know what is more important or whether or not it should even be there without having done that RDS study that either shows that there is an issue, an unintended consequence, or not?
So, Mr. Mayor, what you're prioritizing is your staff time to begin the legislative review on a variety of items. I'm not coming back to you with solutions in January. I'm just asking for direction on how we prioritize the sequence of staff work. And I'm suggesting we take this step because what I can see right now is we have more work than we will be able to complete in 2021. And I just want to engage all of you in a thoughtful process about how the work flows.
Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds.
I think I'm going to come back and largely echo what the mayor said a minute ago, although perhaps with a slightly different spin. We've gotten a lot of emails today, a lot of emails from people that all had some variation on we need to protect the neighborhoods, which is a mission I'm fully behind. Most of them talked about the 13 citizen-posed amendments, which is a little puzzling to me because it looks like 11, but we'll ignore that for the moment. But what I'm worried about here is if we want to protect the neighborhoods, which I do, we need to understand what the problem is and what the appropriate solutions are. And what we seem to be talking about here is 5 or 6 or so different ideas for possible changes to the code, which I don't have a firm opinion on most of them. They might, but except to note that I think they're all worthy of consideration. There's no doubt about that in my mind. They're not absurd on their surface. They're worth thinking about. But I don't know if they should be the top 5 or 6 priorities. Maybe if we looked at the residential development standards more comprehensively, we'd find there's 10 other issues that are more important and are more effective at protecting the neighborhoods than these items are. So coming back to your question, Mayor, that this is a long-winded way of saying, I think the comprehensive look that was proposed and slated for 2022 is the more effective way to protect the neighborhoods rather than as picking 5 or 6 surgical items that one citizen recommended.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Andro, I know your hand is up on other matters. Do you want to comment on the RDS issue or should we?
Yeah, I guess I just would go back and say that I don't disagree with a comprehensive look. I just know that sometimes a comprehensive look makes a task so manifestly big that nothing happens on it. And sometimes picking things off that are worthwhile to do, you get incremental improvements which are worthwhile as opposed to long periods of nothing changing because the project is so big.
Okay. Well, since how we address or the timing of this RDS study, I guess is tied back to a number of the amendments. It might be worthwhile just to get a show of hands or a thumbs up as far as is it the will of the council to direct staff to proceed with the RDS study.
And I think what we had, we're working backwards, so that's okay. I think what Jeff and Allison and I were hoping for is maybe an initial thumbs up pass through of, we've grouped the docket items.
All right. That's fine. That's fine. We'll get to the same place.
Yeah, so since we just had a great discussion on the RDS docket items, which, Jeff, are 11 through
14
Through 14 and 16.
and
plus
16.
16.
Could I just get a sense by thumbs up if you would like to docket those? It's not a final decision, just a sense. I have, let's see, Craig, I cannot see your thumb. Okay, I have 4.
Four up, right?
4 up. Dave was up, yes?
Can I ask a clarifying question here? I do not want to preclude us from doing an overall RDS study. I'm confused as to why we're asking that question last, as opposed to, I like Benson's approach of doing that first.
Yeah. So
And you should do thumbs
Now we're
down.
gonna,
yeah,
sorry?
And it should have been thumbs down. That was my vote.
yeah.
Well, then I think I'm confused around the process here.
Yeah, you're, again, council, this is so hard because you're not setting your process. You're determining which items to be docketed. Your RDS process can still come later. Docketing these items does not preclude you from doing an RDS process. Or you can choose not to.
Well, similarly, if you do the RDS process, we're not precluding the possibility of these items finding their way onto the docket.
Yeah, you have to make that decision this evening though, Mayor Wong. That's what I'm trying to make clear.
Jesse, can I just ask another question here though? Because my understanding is that we're going to come back in January and do some prioritization conversation. So is that's accurate, right?
Yeah, I'm 99% certain that's where we're headed, based on the outcome of this evening.
Okay. Because it seems to me that it's going to be pretty apparent then that there's going to be a lot of things that are not going to get above the line.
Prioritization. Yeah, so let's take a step back, council.
I just feel like we're going to have the same conversation here twice.
Yeah, let's take a step back. Let's take a step back.
We can everything tonight, but if we're actually not going to put the resources behind it in January.
Yeah. So the resource.
Why do it?
Once your items are docketed and your budget is approved, which is scheduled for action later this evening, Jeff and I will have a work plan for CPD for the biennium. We anticipate, based on tonight's discussion, that we may have more items than we can complete in 2021, based on your docketing exercise. This is my opinion right now. So I would like to check back in with you in January and confirm the sequencing of the work. I don't intend to commence any legislative work on these items until I check in with the full council on where the priorities are. What you've heard me say tonight is regardless of what you docket tonight, if you docket one or all of the RDS amendments before we begin work in 2021 or 2022, depending on your prioritization, I will want to check in with you and ask you about your process for RDS. Have a scoping discussion with you. At that time, you would have an opportunity to determine whether or not you wanted to pursue these individual docketed items, go ahead with the RDS report, or somewhere in the middle. Tonight, I cannot answer your questions about the process for RDS because we're not there yet. So really what you're doing tonight is docketing. And it's tough because I know you wanted to get into the merits of each of these items. That has to come later.
No, I don't want to get into the merits of it. I feel like we're going to have the same conversation again, because let's say we vote to docket all of these, and then in January you come back and say, hey, without additional resources or moving up the planning position that we agreed to in July, we're just going to be having this again. So we could vote to docket all these tonight and say, hey, we took all this citizen input. Yeah. When push comes to shove in January, if we're not actually able to resource it, it's not going to matter what we docket.
Yeah. Alternatively, you may choose not to docket the RDS items, Councilmember Rosenbaum, and I'll just remind you that the RDS assessment, maybe that's a better term than report, is on your work plan in 2022. So we will most certainly be picking this conversation up as we head into 2022. So you have a range of options. Sounds like we don't have a consensus on the RDS items. So maybe we can go back to the top of the list unless you'd like to continue talking about this.
And just to be clear, it's not as if there isn't consensus on the RDS, on
Docketing.
But it's a sequencing. So that's, okay. All right.
Yeah, it doesn't sound right now, and maybe let's take an easier one. Jeff, I think we were going to ask for docket item number 1 and 8. Those are basically the same item. So we're recommending docketing both. Yes, okay, check. And I do not have my notes, so Jeff, I need to turn it to you.
2 through 5 were all recommended to be docketed by the Planning Commission. Those are the remainder of the city staff proposals, and it looks like there's multiple thumbs up on that one, 7 perhaps. Okay. Well, there you go. We're halfway done just with that. So, and then the next one then was number 9, which is the nuisance control code. And I do want to make a note on this. I was remiss in not mentioning this earlier in the introductory remarks. Item 9 was back-pocketed, so to speak, in the Planning Commission recommendation. It wasn't officially recommended to be on the docket, but it was suggested by the Planning Commission, I believe, in a separate motion that council should consider keeping this one warm in the event there was staff availability to do some work on that in 2021. And I apologize. I know the Planning Commission chair is on the call here this evening. I apologize for not mentioning that in my introductory remarks. So
Jeff,
I'm sorry. I have to ask. I'm sorry. Why are we coming back to 6 and 7?
I was just gonna.
Oh, I'm sorry. I skipped right through. I apologize. Yes, we're on number 6. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks.
So number 6 is related to repealing that section of the administrative code with the consistency element between the comp plan and development regulations. So based on, again, some subsequent discussion with our city attorney, and I'm checking thumbs here. There's 3 thumbs for sure.
We are just council to confirm in between the Planning Commission meeting and now we've conferred with legal counsel, our own city attorney, and we do recommend docketing this item. Apologies that work wasn't done ahead of the Planning Commission meeting. Okay, 6 is yes.
7 perhaps, 7 thumbs, I think. Item 7 relates to the conditional use permit applicability.
Yeah,
And
this is, Lisa, this is the item that I wanted to speak to. I don't know, Jeff, I don't want to interrupt you if there was something you wanted to say about it, or are we just going to talk about it? Well, so the question that I have for you is, I guess, twofold. I mean, one, and I'll preface my remarks with my statement that I think we should docket this. 2 questions. Is there anything, I read the staff memo where you kind of trace through that there's a tax ID, tax parcel number, and so by implication, the CUP only applies to that tax parcel. But is there something currently in the code that it explicitly says the CUP only applies to the property for which it was originally requested? And if there is not, what harm would there be, and what level of effort would there be in creating such an amendment?
There is code, there is city code that gives the code official the authority to set the requirements for a permit application. So that code does exist. And in talking through with legal in advance of the Planning Commission session on this, that code authority allows us to set what an application form looks like. And then the decision for a conditional use permit, or for any land use permit for that matter, does specifically prescribe for what parcels that it specifically pertains to in any given land use action. So based on the existing code and based on, again, weighing out the other factors that were included in the criteria, this was not presented to the Planning Commission as one to move forward to the docket, and the Planning Commission concurred with that.
And if it were to be docketed, do you have any sort of a idea about how much of a lift it would be to create an amendment such as this, if it were decided that it should be an amendment?
So what we'd probably do.
Go ahead, Jesse.
I was just going to say, Councilmember Andrew, what we'd probably do is come back to you if this item were docketed and have our city attorney provide an initial report to the city council and then evaluate whether or not it made sense to do any further code work. So again, your docket tonight, we've preliminarily we performed a preliminary staff assessment on each of these items. We would take one step further before we, prepare to further draft. Jeff, I'm sorry, I cut you off again. Did you want to add anything to that?
Nope, that's fine, thank you.
Councilmember Neese, you had your hand up, or?
Well, I did on an issue that I think we've moved on from. I'll touch on it briefly. The data points that would be useful in a code amendment, like should a 2,000 versus 3,000 foot house invoke a 1 or a 2 car garage, could be very simple. And I think, with 100 houses built under the new code, as we look to that next year, again, I don't think it needs to be part of a big comprehensive book of RDS proposals. We could just see how many houses got built with a 1 car garage, and that would inform the particular priority of whether we look at that docketed code amendment anytime soon or some point in the future, maybe a number of years later. So I would just kind of implore you to put things on the docket where data might inform prioritizing it later when these things are somewhat simple to decide whether they are a big problem or a little problem.
Thank you for that.
Um,
So proposed docket amendment 7, did we have any additional questions? Otherwise, a thumbs up?
Well, I think we're just going to have the city attorney look at it and see if we're immune from mission creep. That's fine with me.
Fine.
Okay, thumbs up. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, I guess the only question I have, the only question I have is there's enough thumbs up, but the staff has already suggested that the analysis, maybe it's preliminary, that's not necessary. So you're now saying that perhaps okay, I mean, it may not.
Well, and the question I was responding to was Councilmember Andrews, and I'm going to totally butcher this. What would happen if this were docketed? And what would happen if this were docketed is we would have BO or our outside legal counsel do an assessment and come back to you and talk about options before we take it any further. So it does add some staff work, but that would be the process if you docketed this item.
Okay. Again, I know that I'm always concerned about staff, but this is something that sounds like it might be something that can be managed in a relatively short period of time.
Well, everything can be managed. Timing.
Money.
Yeah. So Mayor Wong, before your last comment, I did see 6 thumbs up, so I'm inclined to say that 7 was all right. Just a reminder, we included 8. We have a number 1, number 8 combo, so that one you've already addressed. And now, Jeff, I think you're to item number 9.
Yes, item 9 is related to nuisance controls, and this was from Carolyn Boatsman. The Planning Commission, as I mentioned before we went back to items 6 and 7, felt that this was an item that should be in the back pocket, so to speak, if there was staff time to begin some sort of work on this. This was something that the council and the staff should communicate about during the course of 2021, or perhaps even beyond that, to put on the work program. But it was not part of the official docket recommendation to the council.
And council, this was a good example. I wanted to bring this up sooner. In Ms. Boatsman's docket recommendation, her summary included some very limited changes. Limit commercial landscaping, power tools to the same hours as construction, and require that residential use of spotlighting be directed towards the owner's property. So when you consider docketing this item, what I would suggest is, if you're looking to just address those 2 items, knock on wood, those are relatively straightforward. If what you're actually considering is a much broader update to the nuisance control code, I will warn you from experience, that could get quite large. Probably not doable in 2021, given the rest of your workload, if you're gonna be interested in looking at the whole code. And this is where Jeff and I, face some challenges. If the scope is going to be limited, and your directive to the Planning Commission is limited, that becomes a much more manageable item. And so sometimes we have scope creep with docket items, and I'll just share that cautionary tale as you're considering this one. I will say the nuisance control code is probably at some point due for a review and update, a comprehensive review and update.
I think just the two items that Carolyn Boatsman suggests would be appropriate. I know that the people who do the landscaping in my neighborhood have said, when we objected to they're doing it starting at 6:30 with blowers, well, there's no regulation that says we can't. You're not like other places. We can't start there till 8 or something like that. So it seems to me that that's a simple fix. And, whether it's something you does or what have you.
I think
Give us a line.
you got all 7 on 9.
Okay, Jeff, you're on to number 10.
Number 10 was from Carolyn Boatsman as well. This one was a little bit more vague, related to the use of the public right-of-way based on the public good. There was some discussion with the Planning Commission about this one, and it was not moved forward into the recommendation or even in a back pocket.
We do have some staff concerns about this docket amendment. It's quite vague, and I didn't have an opportunity, unfortunately, to talk with Ms. Boatsman about specific issues she was concerned about. Your right-of-way is heavily regulated as public land already.
Okay, we have a question from Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Sounds like my question's been answered, but I was just trying to see if anywhere along the line here we got a little more specifics around what this means. This seems pretty hard to me, and if we're talking about mission creep, this seems like it fits into that pretty solidly. That's some more specifics. So I don't know if there's anything.
I found it vague. Do you want to just do a thumbs where people are?
Okay.
I think that's a no. Okay.
Thank you. All right, now we boomerang back to the residential development standards discussion.
You want to do 15 first?
Yeah. Jeff, you want to talk about number 15?
Yep. 15 is changing process types for a number of permit actions. Specifically, I think there were a couple of type 1 permit actions that were proposed to be moved to type 2, so a ministerial to an administrative action. And then a couple of permit actions proposed to move from a type 2 to a type 3, which basically adds on a notice of application and a decision associated with that permit type, as opposed to just I changed it off my screen here, but a public notice in the type 2. Allison, did I get that right? I think I did.
So I think if they move to type 2, then public notification is required. And if they move to type 3, then it's the full public notice with the mailings and signs and everything.
Notice of application, notice of decision. Yeah. So the thoughts on that include the city has taken on the additional noticing with the new residential permits, which folds back into our discussion about permit fees and cost recovery and so forth. Our overview of this is this fold back into that same type of conversation again, taking on more hours of work with more of this business. Not that they're not worthy ideas, but there's a balance there that again we're trying to strike with what we're spending our time on with our limited resources. So this one would have downstream impacts beyond just deciding whether to docket it or not. So it might be one that certainly might be might be good to review if the council does decide to do an RDS report at some point to see what that might look like and analyze some of those impacts just beyond the actual docketing.
Okay.
Jeff, I know that we talked about in terms of our RDS assessment, making sure that we follow up with city council regarding the impacts, the staffing requirements, and the public benefit of the new noticing requirements. And I suppose they're not new anymore. They've been in place for a little while now. You anticipated that being part of the RDS discussion? Just the
Yeah.
new, yeah.
Generally speaking, yes.
Okay.
Does anybody want to speak to it, or Councilmember Rosenbaum, your hand's up?
Yeah, Jeff, just to clarify that some of these additional notifications do actually have costs to the city, right? In terms of additional notices.
That's correct.
And to kind of blow what you just talked about, the new fee structure would not cost recover for these additional notices, right?
Well, they actually would, but they're also consuming time though as well, right? So it's a little bit of a give and take there with that. We would be, I certainly would expect if ultimately there were process change types approved that we would be building that into our billable time for land use permits.
Okay. Councilmember Neese.
So I remember in the first round of changes to RDS after we passed RDS, when we were dealing with small errors in the code, didn't we make a change to the notices requirement that pulled back on something that the council originally had put into the RDS?
Oh.
Go ahead, Allison, please.
I believe there was a small rollback in terms of notices now for building permits are only on major new construction versus all new construction.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think
exactly
what we had,
correct, but I think that's what it was.
and it was an unintended consequence of, putting too many notices out to the community related to development that was of a scale that nobody really wanted to have.
Right, and if someone was remodeling their bathroom, maybe their neighbors didn't need to know about that.
Yeah, and so I would just say if there's a docketing item that deals with notices, we should docket it, because this is an area that may have some big efficiencies to gain going one way or the other. I'm not sure which way it would go, but the data on how many notices went out versus how many citizen feedbacks came in would probably be another data point we would look at, and we would kind of say, is this a real problem, and how might we address it if it is? But I would want to look at it because it has a long-lasting staff impact.
And this would be,
question is the permits.
yeah, council, this would be an item too that I definitely, Jeff and I would want to, touch base with you on, do some expectation setting on the scope before we started work. I think it's scalable. So it could become a very significant project, or it could be more finite. So I'll just put that asterisk on that one.
Jeff, I'm just curious, and Allison, to the extent you guys know, has this, I'm in favor of this one, but I'm just curious whether or not it's, you've received a number of complaints or concerns raised by the public regarding the type of notification they've received or the lack thereof.
I received a couple of comments about people wanting more notice on tree permit decisions, but there has not been very many of this type of comment.
Okay. Jesse, you want that?
So item number 15 that we just discussed.
Yeah.
Thumbs up, thumbs. Okay, looks like we have 6, okay.
Yeah. Okay, now the tough ones.
All right, now we're back to, Jeff, it's 11, 12, 13, 14,
14 and 16.
14 and 16. Council, what is your pleasure? Do you want to take these one at a time? or do you want to take them as a whole group? Nope, thanks for jumping in there, Salim. Okay, any further discussion, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 16? Any questions we can help or hurt? Lisa?
Yeah, can somebody go over again what the current staff recommendation is in terms of docketing these relative to what we do with the RDS? Sorry, I may be in favor of it. I may be in favor of including the RDS. I just really need to hear it one more time.
Sure.
Okay.
Well, it was fun as more or less an either or situation at the beginning of this conversation here after the presentation. I do think it's important to know this is what we're experiencing here. I think is one of the potential dangers of folding our code amendments into the docketing process. It's great for transparency and it's great for being open about setting a work program. One of the potential downsides is I am not aware of an undocketing process. So if the council decides 3, 6, 15 months from now that there's one or more code amendments that you may not be interested in taking up, Bio, you can confirm here for me, but I think we're signing up for a process to do a legislative review, even though they may be deemed low priority. The other thing to consider as well is the snowball effect, which I have had the pleasure or not the pleasure of experiencing once in my career, where docketed items pile up over 3 to 4 years, and then it takes 3 or 4 years to dig out from underneath the pile to run all the necessary legislative reviews to get back to a zero-sum game year over year. So Bio's popped up on the screen here, so I'll hand the mic over to you.
City Attorney Bio Park. Jeff, I do agree with you that I too don't know of a process where you undock once it's docketed by the City Council and approved as the docket for the following year through a resolution process. So there'd be ways to get it through the process and discarded by not taking action on it. But to simply say that a item that was docketed is now undocketed, I don't know of that process.
Bio, just to clarify, wouldn't the a council motion to conclude work on the item, or direct staff to not proceed or consider there's something they could do to conclude work and not take it any further?
Well, once you docket it, the process is that you send it to the Planning Commission, right? So the Planning Commission, you can send it with a message that, hey, we're, upon second thought, we think that we're not going to be taking action on it. So don't waste your time, but it will go to the Planning Commission. They can, decide to take action on it or not, or summarily dismiss it and send a recommendation to the council later on saying, hey, no, this is not something we recommend, and the City Council would accept it. So it go through the docketing cycle, and then it would be jettisoned out quickly with, very as minimal amount of work from staff and the legislative body as possible.
So, and Bio, I want to push back on you just a little bit. I believe that the council can request the docket item to come back before the council first, before it's remanded to the Planning Commission.
Well, it's, I don't know. If you say it can, if you've seen that happen, then I'm going to go with that.
Well, and I'm some of these are, they need a little further definition. So
I think, Jesse, the answer to your question is yes, there's no harm in that. But the legislative review that's prescribed by our city code, it does need to go to the Planning Commission for a public hearing and a recommendation to City Council before Council can take final action on it. I think maybe that was
Yeah.
That's what you're getting at, is that council can have a discussion about, you know, what a scope of something is, and then that's kind of like the, you know, the beginning then of the legislative review to say then, okay, staff, prepare this for planning commission for their review and public hearing.
Okay.
So you have 11, 12, 13, 14, and 16 related to the RDS. There's specific items related to the RDS. You can docket these or not. And if you do not, I'll just reaffirm that in 2022, the RDS is on your work plan, and we would be back to you for a scoping discussion on that before we commence work.
Okay, so if I understand, I mean, sorry to make you, I mean, I think I understand. So these things get docketed, you'll come back, and there will be at least an opportunity for the council to decide whether or not we want to do a more comprehensive assessment at a later time.
Yeah, if BO's in agreement, BO, if you could pop back. It's like living in the Jetsons here, everyone pops in and out on the screen. What I had suggested earlier, and BO, please, if I misspoke, please correct me, is I do think the council needs to have a discussion about what the RDS process looks like. So my recommendation was, if you decide to docket these items, we still have that discussion as a city council. As you're handing off these docketed items to the planning commission, you might say, hey, planning commission, we docketed these 5 items. And as a council, we're also recommending a more comprehensive look at RDS to include, you know, X, Y, and Z. We therefore don't recommend these, or I don't know, I'm trying to accomplish a couple things here. BO, your thoughts on that?
Yeah, like I said earlier too, I think you can docket something and then, you know, send that docketed item to the planning commission with a recommendation from the council saying, you know, we docketed out of an abundance of caution, but, you know, don't look at it very carefully because it's sort of very low priority right now, right? And most likely we will not be taking action on any recommendation that the planning commission sends us. So that's one way to send it through the process and still minimize, you know, the staff time and the legislative bodies' attention to that matter, right? So you send it with a message that, you know, it's not a priority, and don't waste your time or don't waste too much resources considering.
Bio, I think that really is responding to an earlier question. I know Councilmember Reynolds and Deputy Mayor Weicker have had their hands up, so Councilmember Reynolds. You're on mute.
Yeah, I feel like I'm getting kind of mixed messages from the city manager, and I want to seek clarification. On the one hand, you appear to be saying, or were saying half an hour ago, that we could take on 11 through 14 and 16 if we gave up on the RDS comprehensive review. That's what I was hearing Jeff say. And now I seem to be hearing you say, we could docket these items, and when we docket them, we could give the planning commission the directions that we want them to consider the RDS comprehensive review as part of this. So it sounds like we're saying we could do both in effect.
Yeah.
What am I missing?
This is a tough one, you guys. I'm sorry.
And sorry if you feel like you've already explained this 14 times.
No, it's just we're having a circular discussion, and let's just unpack this. In 2022, the RDS assessment is on your work plan. So that's coming. You have 5 docket items in front of you, are very specific amendments to the RDS. What Jeff was suggesting is, look, if you docket these and you move forward with the legislative process on these very specific items, then think twice about doing that RDS assessment, because you're going to be working backwards potentially, right? So that's what Jeff's saying.
Okay, that's helpful. For what it's worth, I think we're putting the cart before the horse if we try to do these solutions before doing the RDS assessment. So I'm firmly in favor of looking at the problem holistically first and then deciding what to do.
Absolutely. And you know, the alternative, or the asterisk I put on Jeff's comment was, okay, you could docket these items, and then they go to the planning commission and they don't go anywhere because by then you've had a conversation about the future process. Alternatively, you could choose not to docket them and invite Mr. Thompson to submit them again next year as part of the docket. We're not at the RDS process yet. That's why we're struggling. And I do want to acknowledge Mr. Thompson's amendments. I think he put a lot of time and effort into them.
Yeah, and I have no doubt Dan's a very smart guy and he knows more about land use and land use rules than just about anybody in the island and probably more than most of us. But I just feel like let's look at the system first and make sure we have identified what the problems are and then the solutions before we propose the solutions.
So again, you have 11, 12, 13, 14, and 16. And a moment ago, I asked, do you want to take these as a group and do a thumbs up, thumbs down, or do you want to do them individually? Group?
Yeah, but before we do that, Deputy Mayor Weicker has a question or a comment.
I'm going to go all the way back to where we started and talk about our capacity and our limited staff. And Salim knew I was going to go there. And I'm just going to reiterate, if we put this on the docket, we're given our planning commission 15 items to look at last count, maybe 14 if you're combining 1 and 8. And they haven't met since February, last I heard, right? So we're anticipating they can do 3 times as much work and that this will all get done this year. So I'm inclined to not docket it this year and docket next year when we're that much closer to RDS, so we can do one or the other and sequence these more appropriately as we have a chance to figure it out. Because there's one thing I do know, we can send a lot of work to the planning commission. At the end of the day, they'll do all that work and send it up to us and we'll change it anyway. So all of these items can be looked at, but I think the sequencing and the holistic picture before we drill down into details around covered decks and garage parking spots for certain square foot lots and 150% gross floor area, I think it's difficult to solve little tweaks here and there without looking at the bigger picture and hearing from a broader audience about the specific problems we should try to address and fix in the huge change that we made 3 years ago. So one or all, I'm not in favor of putting work on the work plan we are planning to not get to until we can get to the RDS. It just doesn't make any sense given where we are with our budget and with our staff and with the reorg in CPD. So I'm not going to support this moving forward.
And the reason the RDS work is in 2022 is because as Jeff and Allison and I sat down and developed your work plan, we have so much backlog from 2020 to get done in 2021. So the only way RDS is getting done sooner is if we reprioritize the work.
And we have a moratorium and a small cell that we've been putting off, right?
Yeah,
so that's really important work.
Yeah, we have quite a list.
Okay, we have Councilmember Anderall and then Councilmember Neese.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I would support docketing these. Oh, hang on. Fire alarm.
Hang on.
No, it's fine.
Good thing we have an awesome fire department.
Keeping things interesting here.
For whatever reason, we have a smoke detector positioned directly above the fireplace. You know, makes certain sense, but also doesn't make certain sense. Where was I? Oh, I think, like I said, I think these are very thoughtful, kind of, to use the cliche, surgical sort of changes that can be considered on their own without having to be, lumped in with the broader review for the residential development standards. I think, as I said, good things get done in incremental bits as opposed to waiting until you can solve the problem of world peace. Let's fix a couple of things. Let's look at a couple of discrete things. I'd be strongly in favor of docketing these 5 items and then not waiting and separating them from the RDS.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Neese.
So it's a bit of a question along with a bit of a commentary, but the question would be to Jeff, when we did RDS and we committed to the residents and the stakeholders that we were going to come back and look at the effects of the code changes and then make modifications in a substantive way within a few years. One thing that changed in those few years, aside from development being what it was this docketing procedure. And so having the ability to make the changes to the code that we committed to has become more technical and stringent. If we were to do as Councilmember Reynolds is suggesting and wait till RDS was done in the work plan in 2022, the work would begin in 2022 and it would complete, let's say, later in 2022. And so the council at that time would now have, let's assume everything is rosy, a good comprehensive perspective of every problem that needs to be fixed, at which point they would docket it. And then they could begin looking at that in 2023. Is that the earliest opportunity that somebody could look at code amendments to make corrections if we did not docket, let's say, these things tonight?
And if the RDS was done first, that's correct.
Yeah.
I believe your math is correct.
And so that's my fear, is that what we've heard from staff is that there's no substantial risk of docketing these things, except that we have to create an undocketing workflow. But the substantial risk to the residents of the island, to the stakeholders, is that we're punting on a commitment that we made 3 years ago, that we won't do those things again for 3 years. And it's an unintended or intended consequence of state law requiring this docketing procedure. So I would just say, what's the harm? What's the harm of saying, having a docketing item for covered porches or garages or celestial space beyond 10 feet or 12 feet? All things that we talked about in the RDS, these are not unrelated to the changes we made, just so that we have the ability, if we get data points to support a limited look at that prior to a comprehensive look, to just have that, to be able to keep that commitment to islanders that we made.
And Councilmember Neese, I think the only, well, not the only, potential consequence is that there's staff work involved with every docket item, even if it only goes to step 1 or step 2. And
I understand,
yeah.
and I actually don't feel badly about that, because I think the RDS report has become this mythical thing that's going to answer every question, and I know that it's going to be a big, broad book of work that will just create a lot of questions, and will answer some. I think data points, agile, kind of look at this code, taking small bites at it, is probably going to be the most constructive way to improve upon it, rather than just suppose there's a big answer out there that isn't known yet.
Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Jeff, on Councilmember Neese's last point there, for those of us that weren't on the council for the last go at RDS here, are there concerns that kind of taking these, smaller pieces of things have sort of effects elsewhere in it that we might not be considering if we're not taking a larger holistic approach?
Well, that's part of the challenge, right? Is in having, it's a mixed bag is honestly the answer. There's different methodologies to get at what you're trying to get to, and doing a large holistic look, I would say definitely yields results more slowly than not. So to Councilmember Neese's point, by taking a more fluid approach, and there's been 5 perceived problems that have been presented to staff, the Planning Commission, and the City Council here with the RDS. I can't tell you today whether any of those 5 are an actual problem, but they are for at least one citizen, perhaps more, based on the email volume the last 48 hours. We'll get into those 5, and then you start, the left wrist to the left arm to the left elbow analogy. Things are connected, so you'll start finding things out once you get in and start, the technical analysis and research to try and unpack, the subject that's been docketed, and it can lead to other things being uncovered then that will come forward as potential docket items down the road, or it may not. It just depends what we find.
Part of my concern around this has to do with community involvement. I think we've been saying we're going to do this RDS review for a long time, and now we're sort of providing an opportunity. I don't know what else we would have heard if we had said, hey, if you have these surgical approaches, submit them as part of this. I don't know what else we have heard, and I'm really concerned that we're, we're precluding other people from participating in the process if what we've said all along is we're going to do this more holistic thing. So I'm going to be a no on this, and I'm encouraging Mr. Thompson to participate in the RDS process as it goes forward.
And there's Councilmember Randall, your hand is up, or is that an open hand? So, city manager, you want to go ahead and sort of, take a thumbs up approach on this one? This is on the RDS amendments.
11, 12, 13, 14, and 16. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's a no-go. So Jeff and Allison, correct me if I'm wrong, we had a thumbs up on 1 through 9 and number 15? Yes?
Yes.
So, council,
Can I just say that despite the last vote that we took of the thumbs up, I mean, again, I think everybody appreciates the input from the citizens. A lot of, again, this is something that is simply, I think for some of us, we'd rather take a holistic approach, at least initially. And a lot of the things that have been raised by the citizens may very well come back and be reviewed in greater detail. So we're not taking any kind of decision on the merits of any of the proposals. I just want to make sure that that's clear. Sorry, city manager.
no,
Well,
that's,
is that true though? If you're not docketing it, you are making a decision on the merits of the proposals because you're refusing to even consider it.
No, I disagree. I think it's a matter of making sure that the items that are identified, that Thompson has identified, are they truly issues? And we may find out, and whether or not they really are, if a more comprehensive approach is looked at initially. So I don't think we are taking deciding on the merits. So, city manager.
yeah, thank you, council, for that discussion. I apologize if I contributed to confusion. I hear from all of you the importance of looking at RDS, and we're trying to find a path to get there. So thank you for that. We have in your packet a resolution reflecting the original staff recommendation. We have since, through a consensus process, if you will, identified a slightly different approach. With BO's agreement, I think we can pass a motion referencing the amendments without a modified resolution. Are you okay if I propose something, BO?
That's correct.
Okay, so let me take a stab at your motion. The motion would be to approve resolution number 1594 as amended to include docket items 1 through 9 and number 15, adopting the final docket of comprehensive plan and code amendments for 2021.
Is there a motion to that effect?
So
moved.
Okay. All right, so okay. Councilmember Reynolds made the motion, and I think I heard Councilmember Rosenbaum seconded.
I'm happy to defer to Councilmember Neese if it's important to him.
No, I'll pass on that. Okay. All right, okay, so it's been moved and seconded to approve resolution number 1594. And so, as amended, City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye.
Mayor Wong,
I'm sorry.
Mayor,
Mayor Wong.
Oh, I'm sorry. Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson,
Aye.
Councilmember Anderall,
Aye.
Councilmember Neese,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker,
Aye.
and Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Great, thank you. Motion passes. Council, we've been at it for 4 hours or so. Why don't we take a 15-minute break, come back at 9:30, if that's okay.
10.
Items. Oh, 10 minutes. Let's come back in 10 minutes, okay? So 9:25, okay? 9:25. So please mute yourself and stop your video, and we'll see you back.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
in and you'll just accept the request to turn your video back on.
I've tried it and I can't get back on.
Oh,
Okay.
you're probably blocked, Councilmember Jacobson. Give us just a moment. Mr. Mayor, we are live.
Okay,
There you are.
so Councilmember Reynolds, I guess, was having an issue.
Yeah, we'll make sure.
Councilmember Reynolds, can you hear us though?
Yep.
Okay, great, okay.
When you, just so you
Sorry,
know,
no,
if
I'm
you
good.
if you step away from your machine and we can still see your video, we cut you off from this side, so we have to
I
reinstate.
thought I had turned it off, but apparently not. I apologize if so.
That's okay. Welcome back.
Thank you.
We're now back in item number 6 under the regular business is Agenda Bill 5784 to extend temporary change to City Council regular meeting start time. City Clerk Deb Estrada.
Hello, let me share my screen. Can everyone see that okay?
Yes.
Okay, bring up one more for me to look at. Just 1 second. Bring up the one I actually want. Okay. All right, good evening, City Council. This is Deborah Estrada, your city clerk for the record. Tonight's agenda bill is 5784, and it's a request to extend the temporary time change of City Council regular meetings. Very briefly, this should be fairly painless. In response to COVID-19, Governor Inslee issued orders last March to stay home, and City Council has actually met 28 times virtually since then. Ordinance 20C-10 was adopted June 2nd and temporarily changed the meeting times from 6:30 to 5. However, that ordinance actually sunsets on December 31st of this year. Unfortunately, COVID-19 cases are on the rise, and it's possible that City Council meetings will continue remotely for many months until public health officials and the City Council decide it's safe to return to in-person meetings. So tonight, staff is asking that the City Council suspend its rules of procedure, requiring a second reading and adopt ordinance number 20C-27 to extend the temporary time change until December 31, 2021. Now, I want to make it really clear that it's important to note that if the pandemic ends and it's safe to return prior to December 31, to in-person meetings, we can easily shorten the length of this ordinance and issue a new ordinance. So with that, I will stop sharing my screen and answer any questions, or you could just go straight to motions.
Let's see if there's any questions.
So moved.
Yes, go ahead.
Second.
Oh, okay.
We need a motion to suspend the ordinance first.
Yeah, this is to suspend.
So moved.
Second reading. So it's been
Second.
moved by Councilor East, seconded emphatically by Deputy Mayor Weicker. So City Clerk, please call the roll.
Okay. Councilmember Anderall,
Aye.
Councilmember Neese,
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum, Mayor Wong,
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson,
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye.
and Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Aye, with a huge thank you, Deb, for all you've been doing to keep us moving this last many months and into next year. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
So now we have the motion to adopt ordinance number 20C-27.
So moved.
Second.
MICC 2.06.010 to extend until December 31, 2021, the temporary change to the start time of the City Council. Your
Moved
motion.
and seconded. It's already
Okay.
been moved and seconded.
All right, it's been moved by Councilmember Neese, and I'm sorry, who was the second?
It was the other way around. Jake
Oh.
got it and I
All
seconded
right,
it.
Councilmember Jacobson made the motion and seconded by Councilmember. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Anderall,
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson,
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum,
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye.
Councilmember Neese,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker,
Aye.
and Mayor Wong.
Aye. Okay, that was
That was painless.
sweet. Thank you very much, City Clerk. Item number 7 under regular business is Agenda Bill 5786, adoption of the 2021-2022 biennial budget. To lead that discussion, we welcome City Manager Jesse Bond and Interim Finance Director Matt Mornick.
Good evening, Council. This is Matt. Please let me know when you can see my screen via thumbs up.
Yes.
Okay, great. Good evening, Council. Matt Mornick, Interim Finance Director. I will be brief and welcome to the final scheduled budget workshop for the 2021-2022 biennial budget process. I'm going to go through 12 slides to discuss how we arrived at this point, as well as what lies ahead. We are at the tail end of a 3-month endeavor to draft the next biennial budget. And so the preliminary budget, we worked to strike a balance, being cautious given the high degree of uncertainty due to the pandemic, yet optimistic with laying plans to reopen city services in a safe, smart, and strategic manner. We work closely with you to shape the budget for the next 2 fiscal years, and the result is a budget that supports a formidable work plan, and makes strategic community investments, and ensures that the city remains flexible and adaptable as circumstances and community needs change. We've held 9 public meetings with 3 public hearings, during which the intricacies of the budget were discussed for over 16 hours. Staff responded to over 88 budget-related questions from the community and the City Council, and you in turn focused the budget and approved strategic investments, both one-time and ongoing, for the community. The budget ordinance before Council this evening is balanced with $147 million in expenditures across all funds for fiscal year 2021 and 2022. The budget reflects the collective decisions made by the City Council and excellent staff work over the past 5 months. And I'd just like to take a moment to thank City staff. This was a stressful and unpredictable year, yet we pulled together and demonstrated a high level of professionalism with drafting the budget during the ongoing emergency, and for being open-minded to doing things differently. So thank you. Of the budget proposals that we shared with Council, you've collectively approved 31 different investments that include paying down the city's long-term liabilities, or at least some of the city's long-term liabilities, setting aside critical resources to reopen the thrift shop, the community center, and recreation programming. You restored town center and park maintenance service levels, funded one-time investments, as well as projects that are required by the state. Lastly, we are poised to phase in new positions that keep pace with the community and the organization's evolving needs. So this table compares general fund expenditures and total FTEs supported by the general fund from the preliminary budget, which is the top row, with the final biennial budget, which is embodied in the ordinance before Council this evening. And so over the 2 fiscal years, you see a $3.7 million increase as a result of the decisions these past 3 months, as well as 2.3 new FTEs in 2021 and 4.8 in fiscal year 2022. Once Council adopts Ordinance 2029 this evening, the final step of the budget process is for staff to finalize and publish the biennial budget document by the end of January, if not before. And given this new directive, our first step is to get a jump start on the 2021 fiscal year work. Tonight is to suspend Council Rules of Procedure 6.3 and adopt Ordinance 2029, which encompasses the biennial budget for fiscal year 2021 and 2022. With that, I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Matt. Are there any questions for Matt or for the City Manager? I don't see anybody's hand raised, so I'd certainly like to entertain a motion to suspend City Council Rules of Procedure 6.3, requiring a second reading of an ordinance.
So moved.
So moved.
So it's been moved by Councilmember Neese and seconded by Councilmember Anderall to suspend the requirement of a second reading of ordinance. City Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, I actually had my hand raised.
Sorry, I see a hand.
Sorry about that. It went up before the motion. I was hoping to propose an amendment. Is now an appropriate time?
Well, it has to be an amendment now.
Yeah, go ahead, do an amendment, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Now, remember, this motion only pertains to the reading of a second reading of the ordinance, as opposed to the main motion.
And this is the last meeting of the year, so hope you don't change that.
I'm hoping not to change it. So if.
Let me ask a procedural question. Okay, so the city manager and Deb. So if Councilmember Reynolds wants to make a motion, I guess, or amendment, I guess, to maybe to the budget, should he do it at the next, when we talk about the next motion?
Yes, please. The motion in front of you is to suspend the council rules of procedure, so there's
Okay.
there's not a nexus there.
Oh, okay, thank you. Consider my hand raised for right after this vote then.
Okay, understood. Okay, City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Anderall,
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson. Councilmember Jacobson. Councilmember Neese,
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker
Aye.
and Mayor Wong.
Aye. Okay, so Councilmember Reynolds, your hand is up.
Thank you. I'd like to move to amend the city budget to include an allocation of $14,400 from the unallocated fund balance to subsidize the Mercer Island Chamber of Commerce operations for calendar year 2021, subject to approval by the city manager with an appropriate 2021 work plan for the chamber together with a required set of deliverables.
Second. Oh. Dave got it.
Let's see.
That beats the alternative of the prior motion that nobody wanted to second for.
All right, so this is a motion to add an additional amendment to the budget. And I guess, so you're only talking about a change or a budget amendment for 2021. Is that what I understand?
That's all I'm proposing at this time, yes. If I decide I'd like to do 2022, presumably there could be an opportunity for a budget amendment at a later time.
Okay. And then can I ask the city manager, there's a reference to deliverables in the motion. Can you discuss that, or what do we need from the city's perspective?
Sure, and I apologize, I didn't catch the entirety of that motion. Just generally, Mayor, I will remind the council that when the city gives money to a third-party entity, you do have to, we as staff or as the city have to ensure that it's not a gift of public funds, which means we would enter into, if this funding is approved, we would enter into a contractual relationship with the Chamber of Commerce, and in that contract, we would describe specific deliverables in exchange for the contribution from the city, and there has to be a public benefit.
And I'm happy to read the motion again if it would be helpful, but yes, that was intended to be in there, would be that we would be deferring to the city manager to define what those deliverables were and what the work plan would be.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Councilmember Anderall.
So a couple of questions, one raised by the deliverables issue. If the city manager were not satisfied that sufficient deliverables could be promised or delivered, what would happen then?
So a couple different scenarios. Typically, as with all of our contracts, whether it's this type of relationship or for a construction contract or a consultant contract, you have to perform work before the city issues a payment. So we would come up with, and I don't know if Ally's on the line, how we've transmitted funds to nonprofits or partners in the past. We can do it quarterly based on, completion of deliverables. We can do it at the end of the year based on completion of deliverables. We have some flexibility there. If to answer your question then, if there is not performance, I would not recommend then making that payment.
Okay. And then my original question on this was some clarification as to our prior subsidization of the chamber, which we just determined to end less than 2 years ago. My understanding was that one of the reasons we determined to end it was because we were having budget constraints. And one of the main reasons that we had been doing it in the first place was because it provided sort of an economic development function for the city. Mm-hmm. But now in this new budget, we have an economic development position that is going to be funded. So my initial impression is we don't need both. And I don't know really what has changed from our, other than the makeup of the council, from our prior decision to take the funding away that would prompt a reinstatement of it. So I know, Jesse, can you talk about the whole rationale for the subsidy? I know it didn't really start on your watch, but.
You know, the previous rationale was simply to provide support for the work the Chamber of Commerce was doing in the community to support our small businesses. You are correct. The funding was basically proposed to sunset due to the city's budget constraints. Councilmember Anderl, I'm not sure that it's my place to opine whether or not we need both. I can tell you in this past year, in the pandemic, we've worked in tandem. Sarah Bluvis in our EOC Small Business Coordinator role has partnered with the Chamber on a number of our deliverables. And that also included a partnership with our council. Councilmember Jacobson and Councilmember Reynolds were involved in many of those efforts as well.
Okay, Councilmember Anise.
So yeah, I guess pigtailing on Councilmember Anderall's comment, I was on the council when we appropriated funds and then we chose to pull them back due to budget constraints. And we did have a laundry list of what the chamber was contributing in terms of deliverables. And I think now, knowing that we have funded an economic development position, I know many of those things would be duplicative, so they would be off the table. I would ask Councilmember Reynolds, what is this list of things that they would be doing that is not duplicative, that could be measured and done before they're paid? Because I don't think it's fair to come at this late hour with a proposal to fund, a third-party organization in such a way that is totally undefined.
Would you like me to answer, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's a fair point, Councilmember Neese, and my answer for the late hour is the quite practical but unsatisfactory answer that I've only recently become aware of the dire financial straits of the Chamber of Commerce associated with their loss of the Art Uncorked event, which was a major funding loss for them. And I believe that the problems of economic development in this city are significant and they're best addressed by the Chamber of Commerce, and as city staff are working together to have a more holistic approach to the problem. I have no specific deliverables in mind, but Suzanne Scone sent an email to all of us, I believe, earlier today with a long list of the past activities that the Chamber of Commerce have done that I think are important and useful. And I have the utmost faith in the city manager to work with our economic development coordinator and the chamber to together define a set of mutually agreeable, useful objectives.
So my biggest fear in that is that we take this new position, this economic development position that does have kind of a work plan in front of them, and then we start detracting from that position because that ultimately will be the resource that is said to have to monitor this agreement, and we actually get less out of it than we do if we don't do this. I mean, you can amend a budget after a budget is adopted, and if you want to take some time to figure out what they might do and how they could be contributed with the least amount of staff oversight and the least amount of city having to measure, so that it's an independent value add. But I don't feel comfortable at all saying to somebody who hasn't begun their job, by the way, figure out what these folks are going to do, measure it, make sure they do it, and pay them. Like, to me, that's going backwards. But I think there's plenty of opportunities to amend the budget as we get into the biennium.
And I readily acknowledged. However, I think that the situation, the financial situation in the chamber is such that having some predictability and stability and knowledge now of their funding opportunities is going to be pretty important to them. And I think if we wait, we risk losing them.
Yeah, it's still contingent anyway, so I don't know what certainly that's going to give them. It's contingent on the city manager coming up with an appropriate list that the council agrees on that is measurable and not a transfer of public resources. So it's not like it's going to keep them in business until it's sorted out.
It starts the process earlier, though.
Okay.
Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Thanks. I obviously support this. I do see my understanding what you're saying. I'm looking forward to sort of seeing what those deliverables are. And I actually see this as something that will complement the economic development position. I think having a private sector partner is going to be really important as we sort of move forward. These next couple of years are going to be really unpredictable. So I'm going to support. I'm going to go through this one.
Okay. Councilmember Jacobson.
I believe this is to consider this now as premature for several reasons. Number one, very few, if any, cities subsidize chambers of commerce. Secondly, when asked, the current chairman of the board of the Chamber of Commerce, when asked, well, what specific things are you going to do? Oh, we're going to continue to do the things we do, encouraging business, and other things. Frankly, my observation has been in the last few months since I've been involved with it, that the connections with businesses are largely a function of Sarah Lewis's work, not the chambers. And the chamber does not represent very many retail businesses, I'll strike that. Very few retail merchants are members of the chamber. Why is that? Because the chamber doesn't really do much for them. Take a look at its board. No retail members except for Mio Posto, which is a chain of sorts. Frankly, I don't see what it is they have to offer at this point. I'm very concerned that we would restore somebody to pre-COVID funding when we have melted down a lot of things that are a lot closer to our citizens. Youth and family services, school counselors, park maintenance. And these people would like to go back to the old way of doing things. So my view would be that if they present a proposal for what it is they're going to do in concrete terms and not just do good, then I'd certainly consider it. But absent that, I'm dead set against giving them any money at this point in time, because I think it's irresponsible to do that. Okay. And if they come up with those things, we can do a budget amendment next year. And we don't have to go through and change the budget and do a bunch of things now, which just adds to the staff's angst, I'm sure.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Weicker.
So I'd like to add some other perspective, and that is that there are lots of cities that support their chambers, because the best advocates for businesses are a business organization like the chamber that represents retail, brick and mortar businesses, as well as home-based businesses, as well as broader businesses that serve this community, like Recology, like Puget Sound Energy, like Farmers when they were here. They work with developers, they work with our planners, they work with transportation systems and education systems. The Chamber of Commerce is thin enough anyway. They have a half-time executive director, a board of directors that are all volunteer, and any number of volunteers that come together to help with their monthly meetings and their community events and the advocacy they do and the work that they partner on to try to bring grants to this community. So I think a subsidy is the wrong word for this. I think it's a partnership in strengthening our business community and our business presence and our long-range economic planning. Sarah Bluvis cannot do all of that on behalf of the city and behalf of all of the businesses that we have in our community, in our town centers, as well as our home bases. So I think this is much more of a partnership, and $14,000 is a small investment to get some set of deliverables that are going to benefit both the city and our business community and overall this community in general. We need this, especially now with the pandemic, with so many businesses suffering, closing, and not likely to come back.
And they have yet to be able to say that they've done anything for the brick and mortar businesses, the retail people. And why is it the retail
I
people
think we
don't?
should let them speak for that. I don't think you're the person to say that, are you?
Well, you're certainly not the one to speak to it either.
Right, neither one of us is, which is why we need
I am,
Sarah
because I've
and
been
the
involved in
chamber.
it for the last 6 months. And I've talked to the merchants and I've walked the streets.
And I have too, yep, I think we all have, so let's try to keep this respectful.
Well, Wendy, you know, you say lots of cities support their subsidized, which is the right word for it, the chambers of commerce.
Thanks.
Which ones?
Respectfully, I don't think subsidy is the correct word, right?
Okay, well, what were, they give money to the chambers of commerce. Which ones? Which cities do that?
I'm pretty sure Bellevue, Kirkland, Issaquah, to name a few.
No, those three don't.
Well, I don't, okay, then maybe I'm wrong, but I understand there's a lot of close relationship and community building that comes with those two organizations working together in those cities.
I'm going to ask a question of the city manager, maybe then of Councilmember Reynolds. Jesse, based upon your knowledge about what the chamber does, and I guess your vision for the economic development person at that position, is there a duplication of activities or programs?
Mayor Wong, respectfully, I can't speak to the Chamber of Commerce operations, so I'm going to decline to answer that question.
Okay.
All I can tell you is in this past year with the implementation of our EOC position, which is the role that Sarah Bluvis has played, is we've been working together on a number of initiatives. I'm not working that closely with Sarah to speak to the mechanics of Chamber of Commerce operations. I do apologize. I'm just not in a position to comment on that this evening.
Well, fair enough, but do you have an idea of, I mean, maybe it's a job description that needs to be further reviewed, but do you have you must have an idea what you expect the economic development person to be doing?
Well, certainly, and in the near term, we're very pandemic focused. With the approval of the budget tonight, I will have some certainty that we'll have a position for the next 2 years. You may recall it's an LTE position, pending your approval this evening. And then we'll be sitting down and, with the broader leadership team looking at, short-term pandemic needs and then starting to look at the longer term. It hasn't fully been scoped yet, Mayor Wong, except for what's, we have some items specifically in your budget document, work plan items, but I imagine those details will continue to unfold. We're still in a very reactive situation. It was just, 3 weeks ago when the governor announced a new set of regulations. And so that's largely how Sarah Bluvis in her current role is working. It's trying to respond and adapt and offer support to changing circumstances related to the pandemic.
And then, thank you. Councilmember Reynolds, I know in your resolution, you put out a lot of contingencies and things that would have to be satisfied before, the appropriation was made. So I guess I didn't hear any, accountability is certainly a concern of the council. So I didn't hear anything regarding the possibility, maybe I missed it, but the possibility of a council liaison to the chamber. Again, would provide some connection between the city council and the chamber, but also, again, perhaps additional accountability. In addition to the contractual, the contract that was mentioned by the city manager and then the deliverables, however that's defined.
That was the concept of a council liaison was definitely not part of the motion, but I would happily entertain that as a friendly amendment if someone wanted to offer it.
Okay. Councilmember, Councilmember Andro, you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. I think this conversation that we're having right now just really goes to illustrate why this amendment is premature, because nobody knows what
the economic development coordinator is going to be doing specifically. We don't know who that person is. We don't have a list of proposed deliverables from the chamber. The chamber is asking for money. They should be the ones to propose what the public benefit is going to be. It shouldn't be up to us to try to figure that out. So I'm very strongly in favor of having this come back as a budget amendment in 2021, if that's the will of the majority of the council, to consider it again. But right now, I cannot get behind what appears to be a simple gift of public funds.
City manager, if it comes back as a budget amendment, how soon can that occur? I mean,
You know, it's not January 5th. Just gonna set a boundary there. If you wanted to entertain this item as a budget amendment, you know, we could bring it back to you at your pleasure. I would like to, you know, I have some decisions to make once the budget's adopted tonight about how to fill our LTE position. I need to do that work, need to work then with that person to look at our scope of work for the next 2 years. So I'd like a little breathing room before we're back talking about deliverables and a potential chamber partnership. February?
okay.
To be clear, I'm not suggesting that you write them a check on January 1st.
No, and we wouldn't be able to. We'd have to.
Right, or January 2nd even. You know, the idea is that as staff workload allows, and you've worked with the LTE position here, that you develop a work plan over the course of, you know, whether it's the first quarter, the first 6 months, whatever it takes in order to develop an appropriate work plan.
And Mayor Wong, the question I was responding to, and I've certainly swung and missed a couple times tonight, so tell me if I got it wrong, was if we took this as a budget amendment in 2021 rather than amending the budget this evening. And that's why I was saying I would want to do some, you know, work ahead and be able to come back to you with, you know, our program more refined for economic development. So that's what I was speaking to. If you had a different question, I'd be happy to try again.
No, well, the budget amendment, I guess I was referencing, I mean, if the idea is to come back with a budget amendment in 2021 relative to the chamber, the question I had was how soon, or, you know, based upon, obviously, not January 5, but, you know, relatively how soon could that issue be brought back before the council for discussion? And I would think before that discussion even occurs, it makes some sense to have some dialogue with the chamber as to what deliverables, what people are thinking in terms of deliverables,
Yeah.
right? So,
Yeah, and you know, look, for all of us, there's been a lot of programmatic shifts. What may have been on the chamber's work plan, and I don't want to speak for them, pre-pandemic, you know, they've changed too. So I would welcome the opportunity, you know, to engage with them and talk more about, you know, what their deliverables are looking like. I honestly have not had that conversation. I know Sarah Bluvis has to some extent.
So at our March 2nd meeting, we have a Matt Mornick study session on financial policies review. Maybe March 2nd is a good target date to bring it back.
Yes, you're getting a holiday gift from me, Councilmember Neese, for pushing it out to March. Thank you for the breathing room. that would be a great time. Yeah.
unless the will of the council is to move it up in February or so, but I get the point.
Yeah.
Councilmember Reynolds, any reaction? I'm just curious. I mean, you're the maker of the motion.
I still prefer to get the process started now. I think if we wait, I think by starting the process now, we make an important signal of support to the chamber. And I think it allows the city manager to proceed with some certainty that the funding is there, and then work at an appropriate time and schedule to develop those requirements and expectations that are appropriate to avoid the gift of public funds issues and to make sure we get what we want.
And I know your motion's been seconded. Can I ask you to reread your motion this time?
Certainly. Yeah, and I have emailed it to Deb, by the way, so it'll be maybe is it possible to put it up on the screen, Deb?
I can read it. I have it right in front of me. Rather than putting it on the screen, if that's okay.
Okay, well, I can just read it if we're gonna do that.
Okay, the only thing I would make mention of is that you proposed a friendly amendment regarding the council liaison. If you're going to add that, Councilmember Rosenbaum, who seconded your motion, needs to also agree to that.
Yeah, actually, I was asking if somebody else wanted to propose that as an amendment. I don't feel strong either way. I'll gladly take that.
Okay.
Go ahead and read the motion and then
Okay.
I may end up making that friendly amendment.
Okay. I move to amend the city budget to include an allocation of $14,400 from the unallocated fund balance to subsidize the Mercer Island Chamber of Commerce operations for calendar year 2021, subject to approval by the city manager of an appropriate 2021 work plan for the chamber, together with a required set of deliverables.
So a motion's been made, it's been seconded. I would like to propose a friendly amendment or amendment to that motion to include a council liaison to the chamber.
Yeah, I would better.
Does that need a second?
The person that made the motion and whoever seconded it needs to agree to the friendly amendment.
Right, and I think that was Dave and I accepted it.
Correct.
Okay, so Deb, I didn't, if you can put that in there, can you just read it one more, last time, since we don't have it in writing? Can you
Certainly. Let's see if this works. Amend the city budget to include an allocation of $14,400 from the unallocated fund balance to subsidize the Mercer Island Chamber of Commerce operations for calendar year 2021, subject to approval by the city manager of an appropriate 2021 work plan for the chamber, together with a required set of deliverables and a designated city council liaison.
To include an implementation of a city council liaison position to the chamber.
Better.
Okay.
And by default, would that position be appointed by the mayor, or how would that be chosen?
We need to come back and talk process in January.
Okay.
All right. Councilmember Andrew, your hand is up.
Old hand.
Okay. All right. So now we have a motion as amended. I guess I have to vote on. We have to vote on the amendment, right? Or no, I'm sorry. It's been amended. Okay.
No,
the friendly amendment doesn't require the vote.
Yeah.
You have one motion.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. I really don't want to.
Moved and seconded. We need to vote.
It's been read and it's been moved and seconded. So, City Clerk, you want to call the roll?
Councilmember Jacobson?
You're on mute, Jake.
Nay.
Councilmember Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Councilmember Anderl?
Nay.
Deputy Mayor Weicker?
Aye.
Mayor Wong?
Aye.
Councilmember Neese?
Nay.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
The vote is 4-3 and it passes.
Council, I need to just interject procedurally here. First of all, I would kindly ask if there are any other motions to amend the budget, that those be introduced now. If not, we do need to take a brief recess to prepare an amended motion to reflect the action, or excuse me, an amended ordinance to reflect the action you just took.
I don't see anybody else's hand, so I'm going to assume there's no further proposed amendments. So, but City Manager, how many minutes do you need for a recess?
Matt, we need 5 minutes?
5 minutes would suffice.
Okay, we're on recess for 5 minutes.
All right, thank you all. Reminder to turn off your screens and mute, please. Mr. Mayor, we are live again. Looks like everyone is in the process of rejoining us.
I think we're all back.
Yep, yes. We have sent you via email a substitute ordinance, and I would, for the record, since we may have public watching, ask Matt to screen share the revised ordinance and just highlight the changes that we made during our brief staff recess. Matt?
Okay, council. Before you on the screen is the revised ordinance that reflects the $14,400 increase in expenditures taken from unassigned fund, general fund balance in fiscal year 2021. And the change is reflected on the second page in the far right column for the general fund expenditures, that the $62 million figure is increased by $14,400, as well as total expenditures. So this is the fundamental change in the revised ordinance.
Matt, I will just also add, this is Luan Tuttle, your Deputy Finance Director, for the record. I will also add that the revenue number for the general fund also changed by the 14,400, indicating we are using begin fund balance for the available one-time funding.
Thanks, Luan.
So that's line item 001, that's it?
Yeah.
Correct. Along with the total on the very bottom line.
Yeah.
The grand total.
Council, if you're satisfied with that substitute ordinance, I will mention that your motion will be slightly changed. I'd be happy to read my suggested motion if that would be useful.
Any questions regarding the changes that were described by Luan or Matt? I can't, okay, thank you. No hands are raised, so City Manager, please proceed.
Thank you. My suggested motion is to adopt ordinance number 20-29 as amended, which encompasses the biennial budget for the City of Mercer Island, Washington for fiscal years 2021 through 2022.
Is there, entertain a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Reynolds and seconded by Deputy Mayor Weicker to approve the motion as described, or as presented, sorry, as presented. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Do we have a chance to speak to this?
Oh, sure. My apologies.
So I just want to, thank you. Yeah, I wanted to commend Matt and Luan and all the other staff who worked really, really hard on this. This last minute amendment is very disturbing to me. I think it really taints what was up till this moment a very public and rigorous process. And so I'm being really disappointed with that amendment. That, however, is not going to make me vote against what is otherwise a excellent piece of budget work. So thank you, and thank you for letting me make that statement.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Yeah, I was just going to say thanks to the staff that worked on this. This was obviously a year that was very easy to predict the outcome, and nothing changed from previous years. So I really appreciate all the work that you guys put into this. I know there's a lot of work. I also want to thank my colleagues. This has been obviously a long process for us and a bit of a challenge in this sort of virtual environment. But I really do want to thank the staff, everyone on the screen, and a lot of folks that worked behind the scenes on this as well. So on behalf of me, I just want to say thank you for all your work on that.
Thank you. Councilmember
Sarcasm, by the way, for the record. This was not an easy year. This was not easy to predict. I just want to make sure that that is not misunderstood.
It's in the tone of your voice. Councilmember Jacobson.
I join my colleagues in commending City Manager, Interim Finance Manager, Director, and the staff for the exemplary job they've done on the budget. I'm also very disappointed that over the transom, unsupported, amendment has come through here, which disturbs me greatly.
Thank you. Any other comments before we have the roll call? I'm sorry? Oh, okay. I would just like to echo, for those who have gone through this budget process before, I don't know if you share my views, but frankly, I found this process a lot easier, and I basically kudos to Matt and to Lawan and to our city manager. I think the changes that they made to the budget process expedited matters and made it a little bit easier. It still was quite a task, but nonetheless, I was a little bit easier. So thank you for that. I don't see anybody else who wants to make a comment at this point, so I'm going to ask the deputy, ask the city clerk to take the roll call.
Councilmember Jacobson?
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum?
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Councilmember Anderall?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker?
Aye.
Mayor Wong?
Aye.
And Councilmember Neese?
Matt's wondering, is he gonna get a 7-0 first budget or not? What do you think, Matt? Aye.
Very good. Very good.
Hey, and Matt, I love that pencil on the ear. That's symbolic.
All right, we're almost home here. So based on the council's earlier action, we now have an item 8 under regular business, which, as you may recall, we moved to amend the agenda to add a new item, action on King County Superior Court matter, Morgan v. City of Mercer Island. So I think yes, City Attorney B.O. Park will discuss this item.
Thank you, Mayor. I asked the agenda to be amended to add this new item to get City Council approval of a settlement of a lawsuit. This lawsuit is Morgan v. City of Mercer Island, and the city got sued in Morgan v. Mercer Island as a result of a minor traffic accident involving an MIPD officer. You were briefed during executive session on how this tentative settlement was reached in mediation. And you were also briefed that the settlement is recommended by WCIA and our insurance pool, WCIA, and it will be paid by WCIA in full. My recommendation to the council is to move to authorize the city attorney and WCIA to settle the lawsuit entitled Morgan v. City of Mercer Island, King County, cause number 20-2-10225-1 per the terms discussed during executive session.
I so move.
It's been moved by Councilmember Jacobson. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Councilmember Anderall. Any further discussion?
And Bio, just for the record, can you share the settlement amount?
Oh, you know, the settlement amount, once the council approves it and the ink is dried in the actual settlement and all the claims are waived, then I'll come back and make sure that I announce that in a open session.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded, so City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Neese?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker?
Aye.
Councilmember Anderall?
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum?
Aye.
Mayor Wong?
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson?
Aye.
And Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Thank you.
Great, motion passes. Now it brings us to other businesses and planning schedule. City Manager Baum.
It's late. I'm not going to torture you with a planning schedule update. Just to say, please enjoy your time off the end of this month. We look forward to getting back together January 5th. Now that your budget is adopted, you have also adopted your work plan for 21-22. So I'll be working with the staff to further build out your planning schedule for the year ahead. Anyway, thank you all for your fantastic work in 2020. It has been one heck of a year, and looking forward to the holidays and 2021.
Great, thank you. Council member reports. Deputy Mayor Weicker.
I'm good.
Councilmember Andor.
Nothing from me.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Hey, thank goodness 2020 is almost over.
All right. Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Just want to say the farmer's market last weekend, I think that was last weekend, 2 weekends, whatever it was, that was really good. Appreciate all the effort went into that. The PTA Legislative Council met last week. Great conversation with them about counselors and a few other issues.
Great. Councilmember Jacobson.
Best holiday wishes to you, my colleagues, and to the city staff. And it's been a joy working with all of you, and particularly with the staff. I think you've done a fantastic job. So keep on keeping on.
Great. Councilmember Neese.
Yeah, you know, I'll echo what Jake said. Wish everybody the best of holidays. Thank everybody for their hard work, and not just the people that are on the call tonight, but all the people that went into making this meeting successful, which in large part includes all of the Planning Commission as well.
Great, thank you very much. I don't have any reports other than to wish everybody a happy holiday, and also again, kind of a reminder that I'm sure you guys have all heard. Given the recent increase in the positive COVID cases on Mercer Island and King County and the state, we urge everyone out there to be extra careful during the months ahead before an effective vaccination is made available to the public. So take care, folks, but enjoy your holidays. And again, thank you to the staff for all the work you've done in 2020. Looking forward to 2021. So as we sign off, please stay seated and until the staff signs us off. Thank you very much.